Chapter 145, Erasure. Chapter 145, Erasure Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City. After the sudden bounty the Azura Mercenary Alliance had put on world dominators, an uproar also occurred in 100 Flow City. Zero Wing is amazing. I can't believe it dared to put a bounty on a super guild. This is the first time a non-superpower has done such a thing since God's Domain's launch. World Dominators is probably losing its mind right about now. Zero Wing might be a small guild, but it has a powerful background. That Azura Mercenary Alliance has established a city next to the Boundary Mountain Range, something even the 5 great super guilds haven't managed to accomplish. World Dominators has gotten itself into big trouble this time. I heard many superpowers are tempted to take action. I wonder what World Dominators plans to do about this situation. Initially, many of 100 Flow City's players and powers didn't have much understanding of World Dominators. However, after witnessing the scene over at Mysterious Moon's residence, they understood just how frightening a super guild was. So, when everyone learned that Zero Wing had put a bounty capable of tempting even superpowers on World Dominators, they couldn't help but look forward to what would happen next. God's Domain had already remained peaceful for a long time. Whether it was independent players or the various major powers, everyone had already grown used to being controlled by the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the various superpowers had also seemingly come to a tacit agreement to keep their conflicts contained. Never had any superpower launched a full-scale war against another superpower. Originally, everyone thought that Mysterious Moon would become the first guild to restart the warring era and initiate a full-scale war against World Dominators. However, the honor of doing so would most likely be going to Zero Wing instead, looking at the current situation. While the players in 100 Flow City were talking about Azura's bounty on World Dominators, several thousand players suddenly walked out of the city's teleportation hall. Not only was every player in this group at level 103 or above, but they were also fully equipped in epic weapons and equipment. The aura they radiated also caused the surrounding players to feel suffocated. This was because even the weakest among these players was at the half-step Refinement Realm standard, with most of them being at the Refinement Realm standard. Most importantly, every one of these players wore World Dominators' guild emblem on their chest. Obviously, these players must be from one of World Dominators' trump card legions. Why did so many experts from World Dominators come to 100 Flow City? Could World Dominators be thinking of extinguishing Zero Wing once and for all? This is great. The fires of war are finally lighting up. I wonder who will win in the end. Will it be Zero Wing, or will it be World Dominators? The surrounding players couldn't help but grow excited when they saw World Dominators' experts making their way to Zero Wing's Candlelight Hotel after exiting the teleportation hall. The last time a massive war had taken place in God's Domain was several years ago. It was a war that had destroyed an entire kingdom, and just watching the video recording of the war gave everyone an unforgettable experience. If they could witness such a war taking place with their own eyes, they'd have no more regrets. Inside a 3-story open-air bar near the Candlelight Hotel, when Rain Song looked at the experts surrounding the Candlelight Hotel, she turned to Cleansed Rue and worriedly asked, "Big Sis Rue, why do you think World Dominator suddenly sent so many experts over this time? Could it really be planning on duking it out with Zero Wing?" The strength World Dominators had kept hidden was massive beyond comprehension. While Abyssal Star City was indeed an amazing city, Azura's bounty on World Dominators was unlikely to affect World Dominators too significantly. Even if the various superpowers did take action against World Dominators, this situation would, at most, affect World Dominators' development. It definitely wasn't enough to threaten World Dominators' continued existence. Meanwhile, if World Dominators decided to crush Zero Wing with everything it had, Zero Wing would stand no chance. Take the current situation, for example. Simply by having experts surround the Candlelight Hotel, world dominators had essentially rendered the hotel useless. After all, no sane person would try to enter the hotel in this situation. I don't know. Cleansed Rue shook her head. Zero Wing has already moved all its members to Abyssal Star City. Even if World Dominators renders the Candlelight Hotel useless, it would be no skin off Zero Wing's nose. On the contrary, World Dominators would be the ones suffering a loss for wasting so much manpower. It wasn't just Zero Wing that had shifted its base of operations to Abyssal Star City. If they hadn't agreed to meet with Nature Hall's representatives here to discuss Zero Wing, they would probably still be investigating Abyssal Star City. Inside one of the lounges in the Candlelight Hotel, a gray-haired, middle-aged man sitting on a sofa was sipping on some tea an NPC had served him while looking at Sherfong, who sat across from him. Then, after setting down his cup, he smiled and said, "You are surprisingly young, Guild Leader Black Flame. I find it hard to imagine there'd be a god-ranked expert like you in our god's domain. World Dominators is the amazing one. I didn't think it would send its renowned white devil to the miniature ancient world. It seems World Dominators is determined to obtain the miniature ancient world," Sherfong said, smiling faintly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing Sherfeng's words, the middle-aged man suddenly froze. Even the two experts standing next to the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Sherfong incredulously. "Incredible!" the middle-aged man exclaimed after regaining his calm. "Less than 40 people know of my true identity in World Dominators, yet you managed to find out about it. I have to admit that you have an unbelievable intelligence network behind you. No wonder you're not afraid of our kill order." "All I have to say is that I know far more than you think," Sherfong said, chuckling without elaborating further. World Dominators had 5 god-ranked experts on the surface. Meanwhile, one of them was White Devil. However, White Devil always wore a helmet whenever he appeared in front of others, so hardly anybody knew White Devil's true appearance. Of course, Sherfong wasn't included in this list. This was because he had seen White Devil's true appearance during his previous life. Back then, White Devil had been fighting 2 Outer World god-ranked experts by himself. The battle at the time had been astonishing. World Dominators had lost a holy city, the city reduced to nothing but a fiery crater spanning tens of thousands of yards. As a result of the fight, White Devil's fragmented legendary weapon and helmet had been thoroughly destroyed. Meanwhile, Sherfong, who had rushed to the scene at the time, just so happened to catch White Devil's true appearance. "Since that's the case, I won't waste time talking about nonsense." Putting on a serious look, White Devil said, "We are planning on dropping our kill order on Zero Wing, so we hope that Zero Wing, or more specifically, the Azure Mercenary Alliance, can cancel its bounty on World Dominators." "Do you think you can just put a kill order on us and cancel it whenever you like? Don't you think this is unfair for Zero Wing?" Sherfong bluntly stated, "That is true." White Devil nodded. "Hence, we plan to give Zero Wing an explanation." "What explanation?" Sherfong asked curiously. "Aren't you looking to deal with Shadow?" In a definitive tone, White Devil said, "We will erase Shadow's name from God's domain. What do you think of this condition?" "Erase Shadow from God's domain?" Sherfong grew a little interested. Although he was more than capable of erasing Shadow from God's domain himself, doing so would require a lot of time. "How long will it take?" 2 days, White Devil answered without hesitation. "In 2 days, you will no longer see Shadow in God's domain. That includes all information on Shadow." Upon hearing White Devil's words, Sherfong couldn't help but marvel at World Dominators' strength. In addition to claiming that it would eradicate a second-rate guild, it also promised to do so in 2 days. It should be known that Shadow was in control of 10 city-states. It had many branch guilds in God's domain and over 1 million members. If world dominators wanted to erase Shadow from God's domain in 2 days, it would certainly have to pay a considerable price. May I know what you think? Guild leader Black Flame. White Devil asked, smiling as he looked at Sherfong. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3074 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. When the various players and scouts from the various powers saw world dominators as experts, leaving the Candlelight Hotel peacefully, and Sherfong and Su Qianlu walking out of the hotel, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What's going on? Zero Wing was actually holding a secret discussion with world dominators just now. Weren't they going to have a big fight? They should have reached a conclusion in their talks, by the looks of things. I wonder what decision they came to. Will they be fighting or not? Everyone couldn't help but grow curious about this situation. Interesting. How interesting. It seems we made the right decision to come here this time. Stalwart Bear, who had already reached level 104, exclaimed, a look of interest appearing on his face as he watched world dominators' experts leaving. What do you mean, Elder Bear? Cleansed Rue asked as she looked at Stalwart Bear in confusion. The main reason they gathered in 100 Flow City this time was to discuss whether they should seek a partnership with Zero Wing. After all, partnering with Zero Wing would mean making an enemy out of world dominators. 100 Flower Palace was different from Witch's Sin. Witch's Sin already possessed the strength of a superpower, so world dominators was unlikely to go to war with Witch's Sin. However, world dominators definitely wouldn't show mercy against top-tier first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall. I don't know about 100 Flower Palace, but Nature Hall will be seeking a partnership with Zero Wing, Stalwart Bear said, laughing. Despite having already placed a kill order on Zero Wing, the arrogant and mighty world dominators had come to negotiate with Zero Wing. Doesn't that tell you anything? Indeed, with world dominators' arrogance, if it had a good chance at eliminating Zero Wing, it would never try to negotiate with Zero Wing after putting a kill order on Zero Wing. It'd be a huge embarrassment if it did that. Cleansed Rue nodded. Since world dominators had come to negotiate, it shows that even world dominators is fearful of Zero Wing. Although world dominators had also held a discussion with Mysterious Moon, that was only a normal consultation between guilds. Mysterious Moon's acts of aggression did not anger world dominators or harm world dominators' reputation. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. World dominators had already publicly placed a kill order on Zero Wing. Yet, now, it had come to negotiate with Zero Wing. How would the various powers of God's domain look at this situation? World dominators would most likely become a joke in the various powers' eyes. There was no way world dominators wouldn't know what would happen if it tried to negotiate with Zero Wing. Yet, despite knowing it, world dominators still chose to do so. I'm heading back first. If I don't make ample preparations beforehand, it's going to be tough to get Zero Wing to agree to a partnership, Stalwart Bear said before standing up and leaving the bar. When Rain Song saw Stalwart Bear leaving, she turned toward Cleansed Rue and asked, What should we do, Big Sis Rue? We are not the same as Nature Hall, Cleansed Rue said, shaking her head and smiling. Nature Hall is only trying to obtain the other god's domain's resources and strengthen itself, so it is naturally fine for Nature Hall to partner with Zero Wing. However, our guild's aim isn't the other god's domain's resources. What we need is a strong partner. Although the various superpowers are an option, partnering with them will be too disadvantageous for us. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is only one of the several powers in our considerations. I understand, Rain Song said, nodding. She was aware that the secret that 100 Flower Palace was in possession of far exceeded the imaginations of even the various superpowers. Unless Zero Wing possessed incredible strength, it would be unqualified to become 100 Flower Palace's partner. However, if the information Dawn Moon obtained through her reconnaissance in Zero Wing would indeed have the qualifications to become 100 Flower Palace's partner. "Let's wait for Dawn Moon's report first," Cleansed Rue said. After thinking it over, she decided to wait for more information before deciding. The Abyssal Star Primordial City might be something extraordinary in the eyes of the miniature ancient world's various powers. Still, the secret that 100 Flower Palace possessed was many times greater than the Primordial City. 100 Flower Palace wasn't afraid that this secret would get exposed. What it feared most was failing to secure the secret. After all, it only had one chance, so it needed to be careful in choosing who it partnered with. Over at the Candlelight Hotel, Guild Leader, do you think World Dominators can really fulfill its promise in 2 days? After seeing that World Dominators as experts disappearing into the teleportation hall, Su Qianlu voiced the question plaguing her mind this entire time. After all was said and done, Shadow was a second-rate guild with over 1 million guild members. No matter how she looked at it, it was simply unrealistic to try and erase Shadow's name from God's domain in 2 days. "I don't know," Shifeng said, shaking his head. Then, solemnly, he continued, "But the various superpowers have invested far more strength into the miniature ancient world than I initially thought. There's no saying whether the other superpowers have sent their God-ranked experts over as well. We have to reach level 120 as soon as possible and enter the boundary mountain range ahead of the various superpowers." Currently, everyone was still at Tier 3 in the miniature ancient world, so even if the various superpowers were strong, there was still a limit to the strength they could exhibit. However, once the various superpowers refinement realm experts reached level 120 and got promoted to Tier 4, they would have an overwhelming advantage over other powers. The advantages Zero Wing currently possessed would cease to exist at that time. If Zero Wing wished to maintain its lead over the various superpowers, it would have to enter the boundary mountain range ahead of the various superpowers. After all, the resources and legacies available in other gods' domains were vastly superior to their god's domain. If the players in their god's domain could acquire an outer world legacy, their chances of getting promoted to Tier 4 would increase by 50% or more. Su Qianlu nodded in agreement with Shifeng's words. Zero Wing might look like it had a good future ahead, but it also had a lot of trouble it needed to face. After all, Zero Wing had already entered the eyes of many superpowers. If Zero Wing wasn't careful, the various superpowers would quickly gobble it up. An hour after Shifeng concluded his talks with White Devil, World Dominators retracted its kill order on Zero Wing and announced it was no longer affiliated with Shadow. In addition, World Dominators had also announced that it would be erasing Shadow from God's domain. When this news came out, the various powers in God's domain couldn't help but be stunned. Even Lon Hailong was dumbfounded when he learned of this news. He simply couldn't fathom why World Dominators would suddenly go from supporting Shadow to seeking to annihilate Shadow just because of a bounty from the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Shortly after World Dominators' announcement, every one of Shadow's members in the miniature ancient world began hiding in the various NPC cities. So long as they dared to set foot outside, World Dominators' experts would swiftly kill them. Things were even worse for Shadow on the main continent. World Dominators' experts would attack Shadow's members regardless of the location, and even those hiding in the imperial capitals of empires were not safe from attacks. A Tier 6 God-ranked expert had also destroyed all 10 of Shadow's city-states in just one short day. Moreover, just like World Dominators had stated in its announcement, it didn't just stop at causing devastating damage. It had thoroughly erased these city-states from the face of the continent. After just one night, Shadow had lost all of its guild cities. Even its residences inside NPC cities were flattened. Before one full day had even passed, Shadow had already become nothing more than an empty shell of a guild. Almost all of its non-internal members had withdrawn. As for Shadow's internal members, they didn't even dare log into God's domain. World Dominators' display of strength had thoroughly dumbfounded the various powers. At the same time, everyone in God's domain came to understand that in front of a super guild, even second and first-rate guilds were nothing but a joke. In less than 2 days, Shadow announced its dissolution, and the Lan Hua group that backed Shadow went bankrupt. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3075_Jinhai City, Lanhua Tower. Jinhai City, Lanhua Tower. Due to World Dominators' attacks and Shadow's disbandment, Lanhua Group had no choice but to declare bankruptcy to repay the many debts it owed. Originally, more than 10,000 people would occupy Lanhua Tower every day. Now, though, the building had become empty. Aside from Lan Hailong, who was staring off into space in the top-floor conference room, and a few of Shadow's executives tidying up their belongings downstairs, nobody else was in the building. That Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu are bastards through and through. I can't believe they would abscond with the guild's epic items and join a third-rate guild, a robust man grumbled as he glared at Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu, who were swiftly packing their things over on the other side of the office floor. In contrast, we, the ones fighting on the front line, ended up getting nothing at all. After glancing at Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu, Rampant Blade said, "There's no point grumbling about this. They've helped out that third-rate guild a lot in the past. Although they've now joined that third-rate guild, they were only given a position in middle management. There's no way they'd be allowed to join the guild's upper management, either. So, the most they'll be doing from now on will be guiding newbies." "How are you so calm about this, Boss Blade? You probably drew the worst lot out of everyone," the robust man said, sighing. "With your strength, you could have long since joined a first-rate guild. Yet, because of World Dominators' purge, not only did your account fall back to level 100, but you've even lost most of your equipment. You'd probably need a miracle to catch up to the miniature ancient world's frontline players at this rate." As a refinement realm expert, Rampant Blade already had the necessary combat standards to become a core member in a first-rate guild. However, because of his severe loss in level and equipment, even if he managed to get into a first-rate guild, he'd have a hard time catching up with the current level of even first-rate experts. "Do you have any plans after this, Stone?" Rampant Blade asked. "Me?" The robust man who Rampant Blade addressed as Stone shook his head. "You know as well as I do what kind of combat standard I have. The best I can do is reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor. Coupled with my age, I'd be fortunate if I can get a team leader position even if I join a third-rate guild." In the current God's domain, the various guilds place more importance on recruiting newcomers with great potential than veteran experts with good strength. Even if there was no longer a need to worry that he might be a spy for Shadow, there was no way he could ever become a core member even if he joined a third-rate guild. At best, he could become an ordinary internal member. "Are you interested in joining Zero Wing with me?" Rampant Blade asked, smiling. "Join Zero Wing?" Stone froze when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Then, looking at Rampant Blade incredulously, he asked, "Can I really join Zero Wing?" The current Zero Wing was a famous guild that many players wished to join in the miniature ancient world. Not only did Zero Wing possess a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, but it even had the strength to get World Dominators to eradicate Shadow to appease it. Most importantly, Zero Wing's guild leader was Black Flame, a rumored Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Meanwhile, any power with a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in its ranks would instantly be regarded as a top-tier, first-rate power in God's domain. Based on what he heard, on the first day World Dominators removed its kill order on Zero Wing and began attacking Shadow, over 100,000 players had swarmed the Candlelight Hotel and applied to join Zero Wing. On the second day of World Dominators' Purge of Shadow, first-rate experts and above had thoroughly surrounded Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City. The situation had gotten so bad that the street outside Zero Wing's residence and 3 other neighboring streets were crowded with players. In the end, Zero Wing had to mobilize the city's NPC guards just to let Zero Wing's members walk out of the residence. The situation had only calmed down a little after Zero Wing announced one of its main recruitment conditions. The condition was simple. Those under 20 years of age could join Zero Wing, so long as they could reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor. As for those above 20, they'd have to reach the half-step Refinement Realm standard at the very least, with Refinement Realm experts receiving priority considerations. This condition had instantly disqualified over 90% of the players applying to join Zero Wing. It was no exaggeration to say that this entry requirement was even more stringent than the various superpowers. However, even with this harsh condition, there was still a long line of players waiting outside Zero Wing's residence and the Candlelight Hotel. Blackie sent me an invitation, hoping that I could join Zero Wing. He also hopes that I can bring some of Shadow's main force members over, Rampant Blade said, nodding. How about it? Interested? Yes, I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. Stone hurriedly nodded, his face full of excitement. It seems I'll get to continue fighting alongside you in the future as well, Boss Blade. For a veteran guild player like him, he'd have a lot of concerns when joining a new guild. So, it'd be much more assuring to have an old acquaintance as his superior. Not to mention, this was an invitation to join Zero Wing. This was an opportunity that countless experts sought to obtain. Okay, help me invite the other main force members as well, but make sure to leave out those close to Lon Hailong. Those who join Zero Wing initially are all people with a grudge against Lon Hailong. I don't want to cause a scene after joining Zero Wing, Rampant Blade said, nodding. Don't worry, Boss Blade. I know what to do, Stone said, laughing. Immediately afterward, Stone began going around the office, visiting Shadow's main force members one after another. Apart from Lon Hailong's close confidants, he had invited almost everyone in Shadow's main force to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, everyone who received the invitation to join Zero Wing couldn't help but grow ecstatic. Damn it, that despicable Zero Wing. Luo Tiancheng's eyes were full of envy when he saw Stone approaching the other people in the office and inviting them to join Zero Wing. We only sided with Lon Hailong because we didn't have a choice. Shifeng is just being petty. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhu was also envious of this situation. At the same time, he also secretly cursed Zero Wing to have a bad future. However, irregardless of what Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu felt about the situation, Rampant Blade and several dozen members of Shadow's main force left Lan Hua Tower with smiles on their faces. Then, they promptly made their way to Zero Wing's temporary office located inside the God's Domain Alliance's building. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3076 _ Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City, as players could only purchase the teleportation scrolls for Abyssal Star City on the first day of the city's opening. The number of players in the city had fallen dramatically. The only combat players that remained in the city were the various first-rate powers and superpowers peak experts. These were the only combat players capable of grinding in the level 110 maps near the Misty Canyon, albeit just barely. Aside from combat players, the various powers merchant players also chose to remain in the city to complete the daily material collection quests and reputation quests the Azura Mercenary Alliance issued. They relied on these quests to accumulate the Mercenary Alliance's contribution points and try to become a bronze member as soon as possible. One could say that aside from Zero Wings and Witches' Sins members, none of the players present in Abyssal Star City was an ordinary individual. Even so, Abyssal Star City's player population still exceeded 1 million. It was no exaggeration to say that Abyssal Star City was already the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Can we really participate in this guild activity, Boss Blade? Stone, who was only a level 100 shield warrior, asked Rampant Blade after arriving at Zero Wing's residence using a guild transfer scroll. Currently, nearly 200 players were gathered in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence. Aside from them, ex-members of Shadow, everyone else was either at level 103 or level 104. Moreover, most of these players looked like they were only 20 years old, and every one of them was either at the half-step refinement realm or refinement realm already. This situation was unnerving for the ex-members of Shadows. "I think so," Rampant Blade said hesitantly. He similarly felt stressed when he looked at the youngsters around him. In Shadow, a refinement realm would be regarded as one of the guild's top combatants without question. Even first-rate guilds would treat their refinement realm experts as mid-level mainstays. After all, in the average first-rate guild, there would only be several hundred refinement realm experts out of the several million members in the guild. However, despite being a refinement realm expert, Rampant Blade felt that he was nothing but an insignificant existence in the current Zero Wing. It was even worse for the other ex-members of Shadow. While Rampant Blade and the others were feeling stressed over their situation, a group of a dozen or so players walked out of the guild hall. Rampant Blade spotted two familiar faces among these players, Blackie and Su Qianlu. However, when Rampant Blade saw Blackie and Su Qianlu, he couldn't help but feel a sense of distance. Specifically, the massive distance in strength and levels between them. Currently, both Blackie and Su Qianlu had already reached an astonishing level of 107. Upon seeing their levels, Rampant Blade couldn't help but lose the will to live. It should be known that even the various superpowers peak experts were only at level 104, and they'd still need at least 2 days to reach level 105. Yet, Blackie and Su Qianlu had already surpassed those peak experts by 3 levels. What kind of leveling speed was this? All right, since everyone's gathered, get ready to move out. Make sure not to fall behind. If you break away from the team, you'll have no choice but to wait until the next group training, Shifeng cautioned as he swept his gaze across the gathered crowd. After 2 days of research, Shifeng had already found the ideal grinding spot in the Burning Land. The monsters in that grinding spot consisted of only level 1 12 Blackstone orcs. Moreover, their numbers were quite concentrated, and most of them were only at the High Lord rank, with some at the Great Lord rank. Any random group they lured there would also have at least 1,000 Blackstone orcs. With the suppression of Shifeng's mana domain and Su Qianlu and Blackie's tier 3 AoE spells, grinding these Blackstone orcs would be quick and easy. Even without Shifeng's mana domain, Su Qianlu and Blackie could still handle the monsters by themselves since they had already reached level 107. The only problem was getting to the grinding spot. The journey there involved traveling through the Misty Canyon, which was infested with monsters around level 117. Even a high lord of this level could effortlessly slaughter level 104 Refinement Realm experts. Fortunately, Shifeng was Abyssal Star City's administrator, so he could assign some of the city's NPC guards to escort Zero Wings members out of the Misty Canyon. After Shifeng gave his command, Su Qianlu took charge of the team and followed the NPC guards to the Burning Land. During their journey across the Misty Canyon, Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Shadow couldn't help but be shocked when they saw many of the team's members nearly getting insta-killed by the monsters that abruptly appeared from the sides. Rather than a grinding activity, it felt more like they were going on a perilous journey instead. After advancing for around 5 hours, the team finally arrived at the Blackstone tribe's campsite in the Burning Land. "I'll go and lure the monsters. You guys get ready to cast your spells," Shifeng said as he looked at Su Qianlu and Blackie. Then, after saying so, he promptly charged toward the nearest group of Blackstone orcs. When Rampant Blade and the others who were grinding here for the first time saw Shifeng's actions, they couldn't help but be stunned. Although most of the Blackstone orcs were only high lords, they were level 112 monsters. For a level 108 player like Shifeng, These level 112 High Lords were even stronger than level 108 Great Lords. As for the level 112 Great Lords, they were essentially level 108 Grand Lords to Shifeng. Yet, despite going up against so many Blackstone Orcs, Shifeng had charged at the monsters without hesitation. Even Apex experts would fall quickly if they pulled such a stunt. However, after Shifeng released his mana domain, the Blackstone Orcs, who normally relied on mana to strengthen themselves, instantly lost over 1/3 of their combat power. Now that Shifeng's basic attributes were already at the Tier 4 standard, these Blackstone Orcs had become nothing more than toddlers in front of him. In less than 5 minutes, Shifeng had successfully lured a group of over 1,000 Blackstone Orcs to Su Qianlu and the others, taking no damage throughout the entire process. "Attack!" Shifeng shouted when he saw that the Blackstone Orcs were less than 100 yards away from Su Qianlu and the others. "Fire!" Su Qianlu commanded. Immediately, Su Qianlu, Blackie, and several other magical class experts, equipped with the primordial mana equipment set, unleashed the Tier 3 AoE spells they had precast, bombarding the Blackstone Orcs with meteorites, ice, and wind. In the meantime, Shifeng leaped into the air and stayed suspended 100 meters above ground using his mana domain. Then, using his vantage point, he watched the bombardment of AoE spells. The AoE spells Su Qianlu and the others cast carried power at the Tier 4 standard. So, even the level 112 Great Lord ranked Blackstone Orcs were beaten into a heavily injured state after getting hit by the spells, which, in turn, caused their combat power to plummet even further. All other ranged DPS attack as well. Shifeng commanded. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, Dawn Moon and the other ranged players promptly began launching their spells and skills as well. Due to the Blackstone Orcs being in a heavily injured state, the effects of the level suppression had been weakened. Although Dawn Moon and the others were incapable of dealing damage in the millions like Su Qianlu and Blackie, their attacks still managed to cause over 100,000 damage. When they achieved a critical hit, some of their attacks even caused 200,000 or 300,000 damage. The Blackstone Orcs only had around 60 million HP, so it didn't take long for them to be reduced into ashes. Meanwhile, after the Blackstone Orcs died, everyone present saw their experience bars increasing by a huge chunk. In the case of Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Zero Wing, who had their levels reduced to 100 by World Dominators, they saw their experience bars increasing by 20%. This situation thoroughly dumbfounded them. Since when did it become so easy to level up? Good. I'll go and lure another group. In the meantime, rest up and recover your mana, Shifeng said to the team before leaving to lure another group of Blackstone Orcs. After Shifeng lured a few more groups of Blackstone Orcs, Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Shadow successfully reached level 101. Many of the level 103 members present had also risen to level 104, their current leveling speed vastly surpassing their past leveling speed. Meanwhile, outside the Candlelight Hotel in 100 Flow City, "Is Zero Wing really as amazing as you say it is, Yayue?" An otherworldly beauty wearing light gray armor asked as she looked at the aged hotel before her, a trace of doubt in her eyes. When this beautiful woman stopped in front of the Candlelight Hotel, the players walking on the street, regardless of gender, couldn't help but stop to look at her. This was because this woman didn't simply possess otherworldly beauty. Even her presence felt otherworldly, and everyone couldn't help but get the urge to appreciate her beauty and presence. Zero Wing has managed to scare off even world dominators, Big Sis Snow. Moreover, you won't be subjected to any troublesome restrictions, even if you join Zero Wing. In the off chance that you do get accepted, you might finally get to resolve the trouble that has been plaguing you all these years, Lin Yayue said. "Okay, let's go and take a look," Gentle Snow said, nodding. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3077 _ Burning Land. Blackstone Orcs Campsite. Burning Land, Blackstone Orcs campsite. After grinding Blackstone Orcs for several hours, Zero Wings members saw an increase in their levels. It was especially true for Rampant Blade and the ex-members of Zero Wing. Despite being at level 100 just a few hours ago, they were now level 103. This was due to the significant EXP bonuses they received as a result of the difference in levels between them and the monsters. As for the other players in the team, although not as significant as the ex-Zero Wing members, all of them still leveled up once. Even Sherfong had leveled up once, reaching level 109. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Sherfang's power leveling rivaled the power leveling provided by Tier 4 experts on the main continent. While Sherfong was taking a break after just defeating another group of Blackstone Orcs, the sound of a message notification suddenly entered his ears. Lin Yaoyue is here. Sherfong smiled when he saw the contents of the message Blakeana, the Candlelight Hotel's manager, sent him. Sherfong had granted Blakeana a certain degree of authority over the Candlelight Hotel. In addition, so long as someone he listed as important visited the Candlelight Hotel, Blakeana would message him and inform him immediately. Currently, there were only 3 people Sherfong had listed as important: Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul, and Lin Yaoyue. In Sherfang's eyes, Lin Yaoyue was a magical genius. While the average domain realm expert might not be able to notice this detail, Sherfong could sense it clearly. Lin Yaoyue possessed an incredibly high affinity with mana. Even though she was only Tier 3 right now, her perception toward mana was already nearing the Tier 5 standard. The odds of someone having such a talent were less than 1%. Had Lin Yaoyue joined a superpower instead of a first-rate guild like Mysterious Moon, she would have probably gained a mana domain already by now, and her combat power would surpass even Galaxy Past. Everyone is close to reaching their corrosion threshold already. Guild leader! Su Qianlu reminded Sherfong after looking at Rampant Blade and the others. Judging by their complexions, it was clear that they were no longer at peak mental performance. Compared to the maps located near NPC cities, the foreign energy present in the Burning Land was much denser. As a result, players' bodies also get corroded much more quickly. Meanwhile, in addition to putting players in a hungry and energy-deprived state, the corrosion of foreign energy would also drain a person's mental state. In addition, once a player's corrosion threshold reached a certain level, they would quickly die if they didn't return to a city to rest. The foreign energy present in God's Domain's level 100+ maps was also the main factor restricting a player's leveling speed. Due to the presence of this foreign energy, players could not grind for as long as they wanted. After factoring in travel and recovery times, even if there were 48 hours in a day in God's Domain, the average player could only spend around a dozen of those hours grinding and leveling up in a level 100+ map. The situation was even worse in the Burning Land. Even a player with a gold mana body could, at most, last around 13 or 14 hours here. As for those with bronze and silver mana bodies, they couldn't even last 10 hours here. Okay, let's head back and rest then, Sherfong said, nodding. The current leveling speed of Zero Wings members was already beyond everyone else in God's Domain. After all, Zero Wings members had Abyssal Star City's NPC guards escorting them to the border of the Burning Land. They had a huge advantage over the various superpowers teams that had to travel out of the Misty Canyon by themselves. Rampant Blade and the others sighed in relief when they heard Sherfang's words. At the same time, they couldn't help but be amazed by Sherfong, Su Qianlu, and the other executives of Zero Wing. While they were having trouble controlling their bodies due to their hunger and mental fatigue, Sherfong and the other executives of Zero Wing only looked a little tired. Sherfong, in particular, behaved no differently than usual, and he could still toy around with the Blackstone Orcs with little effort. Subsequently, Su Qianlu and the others took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City. As for Sherfong, he used a return scroll for 100 Flow City. We are hosted NOV3L. Find us on G00GLE. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. The mana here sure is dense. It's much denser than the other hotels in 100 Flow City, Gentle Snow exclaimed while sitting in the Candlelight Hotel's reception room. I can even feel the foreign energy in my body getting purified much more quickly. It's no wonder even world dominators is fearful of Zero Wing. Increasing the mana density of an area was a challenging task in God's domain. Moreover, the higher the density, the greater the difficulty. The miniature ancient world originally possessed a rich mana environment already, and it was close to matching the various superpowers' holy lands on the main continent. Yet the Candlelight Hotel had managed to further improve this already dense mana by a large margin, creating a mana environment that was superior to even that of the various superpowers' holy lands. On top of that, the Candlelight Hotel's environment could also accelerate the purification of foreign energy. Not even the various superpowers could produce such a mana environment in the current God's domain. Yet, Zero Wing had accomplished it. This is nothing Big Sis Snow. Whether it is the mana density or the foreign energy purification rate here, both are only a fraction of what is available in Abyssal Star City, Lin Yayue said. Then, with a look of envy, she continued, currently all of Zero Wing's members are operating from Abyssal Star City. Their development rate is significantly faster than players like us who can only operate around NPC cities. Every player in the miniature ancient world was looking to reach level 120 as soon as possible. It was so that they could enter the Boundary Mountain Range and become the first to capitalize on the resources of two gods' domains. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was undoubtedly the easiest solution to achieve this goal. Because of this, Lin Yayue had come to join Zero Wing as an outer member. In addition, she had also persuaded Gentle Snow to join Zero Wing with her. Currently, there were only 2 guilds garrisoned in Abyssal Star City, and all members belonging to these 2 guilds could freely enter the city. Meanwhile, so long as the 2 of them became Zero Wing's outer members, they, too, could freely enter Abyssal Star City. Although Lin Yayue wouldn't be able to teleport into Abyssal Star City directly since she was still a member of Mysterious Moon, that wasn't a problem for Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow didn't have a guild, so she could join Zero Wing and purchase Zero Wing's guild transfer scrolls. While Lin Yayue and Gentle Snow were talking, the reception room's doors suddenly opened. Then, a cloaked young man walked into the room, and this person was none other than Shifeng. Gentle Snow? Shifeng was stunned when he saw the incredibly familiar woman sitting inside the reception room. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3078_Shifeng was incredibly familiar with Gentle Snow, the Snow Goddess. Shifeng was incredibly familiar with Gentle Snow, the Snow Goddess. She was one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders during his previous life. She was also one of Zero Wing's earliest members to reach Tier 6. She had even reached the Beyond Domain realm in terms of combat standards. In short, she was one of Zero Wing's strongest combatants. Originally, Shifeng had thought of seeking out Gentle Snow in this timeline. However, Gentle Snow had long since disappeared from God's domain in this timeline. Nobody knew why she had disappeared from God's domain either. Gentle Snow was publicly recognized as an expert with the potential to reach Tier 6 and create all sorts of legendary feats in God's domain. So, when she disappeared all of a sudden, many people found the situation a pity. Shifeng never thought he could meet Gentle Snow again in this life. Mr. Black Flame? Lin Yayue couldn't help but look at Shifeng oddly when she saw the stunned look on his face. It was true that Gentle Snow was as beautiful as a fairy. If she were to appear in public without hiding her appearance, she would mesmerize many people with her beauty. This was true for both men and women. However, the charm of her beauty was only limited to ordinary people. Lin Yayue did not believe that a Tier 6 God-ranked expert like Shifeng would be fascinated by Gentle Snow's beauty and temperament. There was simply no way that could happen. Lin Yaoyue was aware that Shifeng had previously met with the frost flame goddess Cleansed Rue, and she was in no way inferior to gentle snow when it came to beauty and temperament. Yet, not only did Shifeng not show any reaction to Cleansed Rue's beauty, but he had even caused 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall to suffer a huge loss without hesitation. While this information was a secret to most people, Mysterious Moon just so happened to be one of the guilds that knew the secret. "Sorry for keeping you two waiting," Shifeng said, quickly recovering from his surprise. Then he looked toward Gentle Snow and smiled as he explained, "I didn't expect you to bring the long-vanished snow goddess to me, Miss Lin. The various powers would probably be shocked if they learned of her return." When Lin Yaoyue heard Shifeng's words, realization dawned on her. The snow goddess's disappearance from God's domain had always remained a mystery. If those who knew about Gentle Snow learned that she had suddenly reappeared, they would most likely be surprised. "You flatter me, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am merely someone who has been eliminated by time," Gentle Snow calmly said. "You, on the other hand, are someone who has truly shocked the various powers of God's domain. Previously, the 5 great super guilds were probably the only powers in God's domain capable of making world dominators admit defeat. Now, though, one more had appeared. That's simply a decision world dominators reached after weighing its chances against the various superpowers," Shifeng said, shaking his head. He was well aware that the current Zero Wing lacked the strength to make world dominators admit defeat. Subsequently, Shifeng looked toward Lin Yaoyue and smiled, asking, "Since you came here, I believe you've decided to become an outer member of Zero Wing, right, Miss Lin?" "That's right. In addition, I wish to invite Big Sis Snow to become an outer member as well," Lin Yaoyue said, nodding. "Although Big Sis Snow hasn't played God's domain for many years already, I assure you that her combat standard has not deteriorated." In reality, Lin Yaoyue had been a little apprehensive in inviting Gentle Snow to join Zero Wing. Currently, Gentle Snow was only level 103 and geared in level 100 dark gold equipment. While she might be a Void Realm expert, it'd take her a lot of time and effort to catch up to the progress of the various superpowers experts with her lack of level and equipment. At the very least, Gentle Snow wouldn't be of any use to Zero Wing in the short term. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently overflowing with talents. As evidence, players seeking to join Zero Wing needed to be at the half-step Refinement Realm standard. Older players even needed to be at the Refinement Realm standard to have a chance at joining Zero Wing. Not to mention, Zero Wing could mass-produce the Primordial Mana equipment set. So long as a Refinement Realm expert donned that set, they would instantly gain strength nearing the Tier 4 standard. This was a standard that even most peak experts had difficulty achieving in the current miniature ancient world. "I know. I have a lot of faith in Miss Snow's strength," Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the anxiety on Lin Yaoyue's face. "Also, I've already said that I won't force you to do anything even if you join Zero Wing. Our relationship is only a business transaction. You'll help Zero Wing complete quests, while Zero Wing will provide you with the resources necessary for your growth. What kind of quests you complete, what kind of resources you obtain, and how far you can grow depends on you. Of course, if you are willing to become an official member of the Zero Wing Alliance, you'll receive assistance far beyond what is available to outer members. In exchange, though, you'll have to shoulder a few more restrictions." "A few more restrictions?" Lin Yaoyue was tempted by Shifeng's words. "May I know what these restrictions are?" Currently, Gentle Snow did not possess any background or backing. She had to rely on herself for everything in God's domain. Although Lin Yaoyue held an executive position in Mysterious Moon and was regarded as a priority target for nurturing, the resources she could access were still very limited. At most, she could get a few pieces of epic weapons and equipment for Gentle Snow. However, such items simply weren't enough to help Gentle Snow achieve rapid growth. However, if Gentle Snow could receive zero-wing support, she might just be able to achieve a qualitative transformation. That way, she might get some relief from the problems plaguing her. Official members of the Zero-Wing Alliance cannot refuse some of the more important quests and commissions. Of course, you will only be required to take on such quests and commissions 4 times a month. Moreover, these quests and commissions would typically award you with lucrative amounts of contribution points upon completion, Sherfong explained. Then he shared a list of resources with Lin Yayue and Gentle Snow before saying, "Here's a list of items available for exchange in the Zero-Wing Alliance. Official members will receive a 10% discount when exchanging for these items. Outer members will not receive such a benefit." When Lin Yayue and Gentle Snow finished browsing through the resource exchange list, they couldn't help but be shocked. Setting aside the saint-level mana technique, what the heck was this ancient god's blood? They had never heard of an item capable of upgrading a player's mana body before. Why did so many experts come to the miniature ancient world? The main reason was so that they could change their mana bodies. This novel is hosted by Hosted Novel. The mana body was a crucial factor that decided a player's future tier. The reason so many experts were unable to reach Tier 4 and Tier 5 was mainly because the rank of their mana bodies was too low. However, the only way players could change their mana bodies on the main continent was by deleting their accounts and restarting their progress. Meanwhile, this was a decision that most people dared not do. After all, nobody could say for certain whether the opportunities they encountered in their new account would be better. It was especially so now that the various powers had long since monopolized most of the resources and opportunities available on the main continent. Playing a new account was a very risky endeavor in such a situation. However, it was a different story for the miniature ancient world. In addition to being free from the various powers' control, the miniature ancient world contained much better opportunities than the main continent. Hence, many experts had flocked to the miniature ancient world seeking to improve their mana bodies. If there really existed a tool that could upgrade a player's mana body, the various superpowers old monsters would probably go crazy for it. I am confident in Miss Snow's strength, so I can offer you a bonus benefit if you become an official member, Sherfong said, smiling as he looked at Gentle Snow. So long as you become an official member, I will give you an ancient god's blood and help you upgrade your mana body. When Lin Yayue heard Sherfeng's offer, she quickly looked to Gentle Snow and said, "Big Sis Snow, you might as well become an official member. If you have the ancient god's blood, you might just be able to get the rumored epic mana body. With it, your chances of reaching Tier 6 will become significantly greater." Currently, Gentle Snow was in possession of a peak gold mana body. Going by the ancient god's blood's description, Gentle Snow should have a high chance of upgrading her mana body to epic rank if she used it. Even the 5 great super guilds, old monsters, didn't necessarily have an epic mana body. The amount of help Gentle Snow could gain from an epic mana body would be unimaginable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, Monstrous Talent. Chapter 151, Monstrous Talent. After listening to Lin Yayue's suggestion, Gentle Snow stopped hesitating and nodded to Sherfeng's offer. Then, she signed Zero Wing's membership contract and became an official member of the Zero Wing Alliance. She'd be lying if she said if the ancient god's blood didn't tempt her. Even the various super guilds, old monsters, might abandon their original guilds and join Zero Wing if offered the chance to get their hands on an ancient god's blood. After all, the gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 was massive in God's domain. It was even more so in the real world. The various international corporations in the real world might treat Tier 5 expert players respectfully, but they wouldn't bend their backs over to please these Tier 5 experts. They also wouldn't be afraid of offending a Tier 5 expert should the situation call for it. However, it was a different story for Tier 6 God-ranked experts. When dealing with a god-ranked expert, the various international corporations would behave as if they were dealing with their ancestors. They'd be too busy currying favor to consider offending a god-ranked expert. Meanwhile, an epic mana body was something that could drastically increase a Tier 5 player's chances of reaching Tier 6. It was something that no external item could replace. Since you've signed the contract, you are now an official member of Zero Wing Miss Snow. You'll have a much more convenient time entering Abyssal Star City. You'll also get to enjoy the benefits of an official member, Shifeng said as he sent a guild invitation to Gentle Snow, to which Gentle Snow accepted without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but be envious of this situation. It was true that Mysterious Moon had already become partners with Zero Wing. In addition, all of Mysterious Moon's members had also joined the Azura Mercenary Alliance already. However, the only benefits Mysterious Moon's members enjoyed in Abyssal Star City were a 10% discount on their entrance fee and priority entry into the city. If Mysterious Moon's members wanted true freedom in entering Abyssal Star City, they'd have to join Zero Wing or Witch's Sin or become a bronze member in the Azura Mercenary Alliance. However, a lot of contribution points were needed to become a bronze member. Even the various superpowers members would need a lot of time to become bronze members, let alone everyone else. Subsequently, Shifeng passed a guild transfer scroll for Zero Wing's residence to Gentle Snow and had her head to Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue accepted the weapon collection quest for Solomon's swords fragments and logged out of the game. Then, she contacted her guild to discuss how they should go about collecting these fragments on the main continent. Shifeng offered a ton of contribution points to collect the weapon fragments. Every weapon fragment had a different price tag attached to it, and even the cheapest one was worth several million points, while the most expensive one was worth 10 million. It might be challenging to acquire the Holy Sword Broken Blade, which was worth 10 million points, but obtaining the other 4 epic weapons wasn't a problem. Meanwhile, so long as they managed to collect 2 of these epic weapons, they'd be able to exchange for 1 drop of ancient god's blood. Abyssal Star City, Primordial Tower. Here is the ancient god's blood and the entry pass for the Primordial Tower's rooms. Use the ancient god's blood in one of the tower's rooms. The dense mana in the rooms there should give you a greater chance of upgrading your mana body to the epic rank. Although you can only use the Primordial Tower's rooms for up to 4 days a month, you don't have to worry about shouldering the cost, Shifeng said. Then he took out a Primordial Mana equipment set and continued, "This is a mana equipment set for Berserkers. It should stay useful until you reach Tier 4. Are you that confident in me?" Gentle Snow was a little surprised when she saw the items Shifeng had given her. She was certain this was her first time meeting with Shifeng. Yet Shifeng's behavior made it seem like he was dealing with an old and trustworthy acquaintance. Gentle Snow was aware of the Primordial Tower's room's existence. According to Lin Yaoyue, members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance would only qualify to use the Primordial Tower's rooms after elevating their membership status to bronze rank. Bronze members were only allowed to use the rooms for 1 hour a day, while silver members and gold members could use the rooms for 2 and 4 hours, respectively. Yet, her entry pass granted her access to the rooms for 4 full days a month. Considering that there were 48 hours in one god's domain day, she could access the rooms for even longer than the Azura Mercenary Alliance's gold members. "It's not confidence," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "I know you have such strength." The Zero Wing in his previous life had 5 great experts, and Gentle Snow was one of them. Every one of Zero Wing's 5 great experts had strength rivaling Tier 6 gods back then. It was also for this reason that Zero Wing could become the #1 guild in their god's domain. "I have such strength." Gentle Snow felt confused and surprised when she heard Shifeng's words. Did she really have the strength to warrant such extravagant benefits? However, Shifeng simply chuckled and had Gentle Snow enter the Primordial Tower. Meanwhile, after entering one of the miniature worlds in the primordial tower. Gentle Snow couldn't help but be shocked by the miniature world's environment. This place didn't just have dense mana. It was essentially a holy land for learning about the operating principles of mana. Even without trying, she could clearly perceive the operating principles of the mana flowing around her. No wonder he's so confident in me. Gentle Snow didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she recalled Shurfeng's trust in her. Zero Wing's training resources had indeed surpassed her imagination. While standing in this miniature world, she felt that she was only one step away from fulfilling the conditions to reach Tier 6. Correspondingly, if she still couldn't reach Tier 6 with the help of such an environment, she'd probably have no hopes of doing so for the rest of her life. Gentle Snow quickly shook her head and stopped thinking. After raising the miniature world's mana density to the maximum, she promptly consumed the ancient god's blood and focused on upgrading her mana body. Around 10 minutes later, Gentle Snow's mana suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. As a result, the mana her body passively radiated also began taking on a misty form. A day later, the mana inside the miniature world seemingly found its ruler as it frantically gathered around Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, the concentration of mana also caused the temperature in Gentle Snow's vicinity to plummet. When Gentle Snow eventually stepped out of the miniature world, her presence dumbfounded Su Qianlu and Blackie, who had come to train in the primordial tower. A mana domain. If I remember correctly, isn't she a new member who just started training in the tower yesterday? Where did the guild leader find such an expert? Su Qianlu and Blackie were no longer ignorant about mana domains. So, they quickly recognized that Gentle Snow's mana domain wasn't a pseudo-mana domain. Instead, it was a true mana domain that players could typically only gain at Tier 4. Meanwhile, 2 conditions needed to be met for a Tier 3 player to obtain such a mana domain. The first condition was to be at the Grandmaster Magician standard in mana control. The second condition was to have an epic mana body. Experts capable of meeting both conditions were exceedingly rare, even among the various superpowers. Yet, now, Zero Wing had 2 such experts. Why did you suddenly call for me, guild leader? Gentle Snow curiously asked after entering the guild leader's office in Zero Wing's residence. Search hosted. Novel for the original. 100 Flower Palaces, Vice Guild Leader Cleansed Rue suddenly contacted me asking for Zero Wing's help, and the payment she offered is something I cannot refuse. However, 100 Flower Palace only needs 2 of Zero Wing's strongest combatants for this job. Now that you are a part of Zero Wing, I plan to take you with me, Shurfeng explained as he set aside the documents in his hands. I will give you 5 million points for taking this quest. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3080 _ 5 million points for 1 mission. 5 million points for 1 mission. Gentle Snow couldn't help but look at Shurfeng in shock. The Zero Wing Alliance's contribution points were incredibly valuable. This could be seen simply by looking at the ancient god's blood, which cost 10 million points per drop. Even if she demanded a main guild city for a drop of ancient god's blood, the various superpowers probably wouldn't hesitate to accept the trade. There was no way a superpower would refuse to accept a deal as wonderful as 1 main city for 1 expert with an epic mana body. Yet now, Shurfeng was offering the equivalent of half a drop of ancient god's blood for just 1 mission. Unless Shurfeng was incredibly generous, it meant that the difficulty of this mission was incredibly high. With 100 Flower Palace's strength, there shouldn't be any dungeon that could trouble them in the current miniature ancient world. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Gentle Snow asked, "Are they asking us to fight against a superpower?" 100 Flower Palace was a top-tier, first-rate guild. It must have dispatched quite a few Tier 5 experts to the miniature ancient world. While the miniature ancient world's Hell Mode team dungeons were challenging, They weren't insurmountable challenges if a team consisting of Tier 5 experts and a large number of Refinement Realm experts raided them. At most, it would take some time to complete the raid. Hence, there was no way 100 Flower Palace would pay a huge price just to get Zero Wing's help to raid a team dungeon. Not to mention, this was a price even Zero Wing could not refuse. The only possibility Gentle Snow could think of was that 100 Flower Palace was facing a problem similar to Mysterious Moon in that it was competing against a superpower for resources. No, they're only asking for help to raid a somewhat special secret land, Sherfong said, shaking his head. Raiding a secret land? Yet 100 Flower Palace is only offering 2 slots to Zero Wing? Gentle Snow couldn't help but grow even more confused. What is 100 Flower Palace thinking? There were indeed certain secret lands with extraordinarily high difficulty. There were even some secret lands that superpowers couldn't necessarily raid independently. However, a secret land would typically have a maximum entry limit of 100 players or more. This novel is hosted by Hosted Novel. It was true that Zero Wing didn't have many experts with great combat standards. However, Zero Wing had the primordial mana equipment sets. If Zero Wing equipped its Refinement Realm experts with these sets, it would have several dozen experts with near-tier 4 strength. While 100 Flower Palace had many experts, those possessing near-tier 4 strength probably didn't amount to more than a handful. So, Gentle Snow had a hard time understanding why 100 Flower Palace was only asking Zero Wing for 2 players. When hiring an outside power to help raid a dungeon or secret land, one would typically pay based on the success or failure of the raid. Rarely anybody would accept payment based on headcount. Since 100 Flower Palace wanted to raid a secret land, the normal decision for it to make would be to assign as many slots as possible to Zero Wing. Or was 100 Flower Palace so confident that Zero Wing could complete the secret land with just 2 players? I already said this secret land is somewhat special, Sherfong said, chuckling. Moreover, the raid this time won't just involve Zero Wing and 100 Flower Palace. It will also involve many experts from another god's domain. These are all the slots 100 Flower Palace can take out for now. Many experts from another god's domain. Gentle Snow was shocked by Sherfeng's words. How is this possible? The Boundary Mountain Range has yet to open. How can many players from the other god's domain show up on our side already? Gentle Snow was aware that Sherfeng's identity was extraordinary and that it was likely that he came from another god's domain. However, the various gods' domains were strictly separated from each other. It might be possible for one player to appear in their god's domain, but it shouldn't be possible for many Outer World players to appear right now. No, it's not the other god's domain connected to the miniature ancient world, but a completely different one instead, Sherfong said, shaking his head. The stratified abyssal realm. I doubt you've heard of this name before. But this is a special space that connects the endless abyss with the many worlds of God's domain. It is also one of the few places that allow players from the many worlds of God's domain to gather and interact with each other. The only problem is that it has a strict level limit, and players are prohibited from entering it once they exceed the level limit. 100 Flower Palace obtained a key that grants access to a special secret realm by chance, and that secret realm houses a pathway leading to the stratified abyssal realm. However, that pathway is sealed behind multiple seals. Aside from having a level limit of 110, the pathway also has a strict entry limit that makes it nigh impossible to clear. Originally, 100 Flower Palace hadn't planned on challenging this pathway due to the impossible difficulty. However, recently 100 Flower Palace found out that it wasn't the only power that had access to that secret land. Instead, a power from another god's domain also had access to it. This outer world power also has a key for the secret land, or more specifically, one part of the full key. When these 2 key fragments are used together, they can weaken the seals on the stratified abyssal realm's pathway. So 100 Flower Palace and that outer world power agreed to work together. Since the pathway only allowed 12 players to enter at a time, both sides will send 6 players each. Then, once they clear the pathway, they will split the awarded entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm based on their performance during the raid. So, 100 Flower Palace hopes that we can send 2 people to help in the raid. As for the compensation, I doubt I'd need to tell you what it is. The entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm. Gentle Snow answered instinctively. Although she didn't know what kind of place the stratified abyssal realm was, the fact that it connected the many worlds of God's domain already made it invaluable. It should be known that the Boundary Mountain Range was merely a gathering place for 2 gods' domains. Even then, the various superpowers were already losing their minds over it. That's right. Shifeng nodded. So long as we can help 100 Flower Palace outperform that other power, 100 Flower Palace is willing to give us half of its entry slots. Although the 2 powers had agreed to leave each other with a minimum number of entry slots, the guaranteed amount was only 10% of the total awarded slots. In other words, it was possible for one side to obtain up to 90% of the total awarded slots. When neither side knew about the other's background, no amount of preparation could be considered excessive. There was no saying whether the other side would seek help from other experts and powers, either. However, 100 Flower Palace dared not seek the help of the various superpowers. Or, more specifically, it dared not seek the help of a power capable of destroying it. Yet, at the same time, the power it sought help from also needed to have extremely powerful experts. This was a very conflicting set of criteria, and only a few powers could meet it. Meanwhile, Zero Wing happened to be one of these powers. Currently, the various superpowers' peak experts had already reached level 105, which was also the recommended level to raid the pathway. So, 100 Flower Palace naturally couldn't sit still any longer. After all, the other side didn't come from the miniature ancient world. There was a possible chance that the other side might find a group of level 110 players and forcibly break through the seals. If that happened, 100 Flower Palace would end up with nothing. Hence, Cleansed Rue had sought out Shifeng to establish such a partnership. Of course, 100 Flower Palace wasn't so generous as to give away half of the slots to the stratified abyssal realm just for some help. It had also attached an additional condition, the Primordial Tower's training slots. 100 Flower Palace demanded to acquire 20 silver membership slots and 80 bronze membership slots in the Azura Mercenary Alliance. To put it bluntly, if not for 100 Flower Palace and the other powers discovering the Primordial Tower's uniqueness, 100 Flower Palace wouldn't have sought out Zero Wing for partnership so quickly. If you don't have any problems on your side, we'll head over there now. 100 Flower Palace is quite anxious about this matter. I've also been waiting for you to come out this entire time, Shifeng said as he took out 2 translucent crystals. Then he passed one of them to Gentle Snow and continued. This is the teleportation crystal for the secret land. Although it can only be used once, it can teleport players directly into the secret land. I'm ready anytime. After Gentle Snow finally understood the cause and effect of the situation, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. After all, this was a good opportunity to learn about other gods' domain. Afterward, Shifeng and Gentle Snow disappeared from the office as they got teleported to the secret land. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Outer World Strength? Chapter 153, Outer World Strength? Dragonfall Secret Land, Sealed Land. The sealed land was like a gigantic underground maze, and the entrance to this maze was closed off by a set of majestic stone doors. Currently, 24 players were gathered in front of these doors, and every one of these players radiated an aura that would cause even refinement realm experts to tremble. This was because even the weakest one of these players was a void realm expert. If these 24 players operated as one group, Even the various superpowers of God's domain would have to be wary of them. Currently, these 24 players were split into 2 separate teams. Of the 2 teams, the one that stood out the most would have to be the team standing before 100 Flower Palace's team. Every player in this team had already reached level 110, which was the maximum level limit of the Dragonfall secret land. However, what was shocking about these players wasn't their levels. Instead, it was their equipment standard. If one inspected them using an advanced identification skill, one would find that half of these people were equipped with 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. Some of them even wielded fragmented legendary weapons. As for the others, even the weakest among them wielded a magic weapon that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons. In contrast, even the strongest player on 100 Flower Palace's team was only at level 105 and fully equipped with epic items. Just what is the guild leader thinking? Why did he agree to partner with such a small guild? A short and muscular middle-aged man with a big beard said discontentedly as he looked at 100 Flower Palace's team. Our Tower Alliance can still lift the seal even without the other half of the key. It's only a matter of time. It can't be helped. We might be able to break the seal by ourselves, but it'll cost us too much to do so. We already had to resort to borrowing some resources from other guilds to let us revert to level 110, Tier 3, a demi-dragon woman with a large tail said, sighing. If we try to send any more people here, we'll run the risk of exposing the stratified abyssal realm to the other powers. So, our best bet right now is to partner with 100 Flower Palace. Although they are indeed a little weak, they are still more or less useful. I heard that a miniature ancient world appeared in their god's domain, and that miniature ancient world requires them to restart their progress from level 100. That would explain why their level and equipment are so inferior, an elven man said as he looked at 100 Flower Palace's beautiful members. Then he smiled and continued, "It's funny how they think they are doing a good job hiding their origins. I'm guessing that their god's domain should have only appeared recently. I can't believe they don't have even one demi-human species among them. Many players in God's domain sought to convert to a demi-human race. This was because demi-humans possessed talent and combat power surpassing humans. The only problem with playing as a demi-human was the greater difficulty of getting promoted to a higher tier. However, under the same tier, the raw strength of demi-humans far surpassed that of humans. The typical God's domain would see at least 1/3 of its player population playing as a demi-human. Some of the stronger God's domains would even have 2/3 of its player population playing as demi-humans. Yet, out of the dozen members 100 Flower Palace had sent here, not even one was a demi-human. This was a very strange situation. The only explanation for this situation was that 100 Flower Palace came from a god's domain that had appeared only recently. Moreover, it was a god's domain that had yet to come into contact with the greater god's domain. Hence, it had very few demi-human legacies. Isn't that obvious? Just by looking at their combat standards and the way they use their strength, you can tell that their god's domain has only opened recently, the middle-aged dwarven man said. These primitive people don't even know that we can tell the strength of their god's domain simply by looking at their combat standards. That's right. What's even funnier is that they are under the belief that they can perform well later in the sealed land, the demi-dragon woman said. They have no idea that even if we lowered our equipment standard to match theirs, they still wouldn't be able to contribute half as much as us. The difference in race was only one small difference between the various worlds of God's domain. What truly separated the various God's domains was their ability to make use of their strength. Meanwhile, when it came to this aspect, 100 Flower Palace's members were no different than cavemen. They had no idea how to use the raw strength they had developed at all. It was akin to someone having a mountain of treasure, but having no idea how to use these treasures to enrich themselves. We've made a severe miscalculation this time, Crimson Heart, the first vice guild leader of 100 Flower Palace, said, a hint of helplessness appearing in her eyes when she looked at the Tower Alliance's members. Even with Black Flame's help, I doubt we can achieve a good performance inside the sealed land. Previously, Crimson Heart had more or less expected the Tower Alliance to be a powerful guild. However, after seeing the experts the Tower Alliance sent, she realized that she had severely underestimated the strength of Outer World players. Even though the experts of both sides had similar combat standards, Crimson Heart could tell that there was a stark difference in quality between their experts. It was especially true for the 6 players representing the Tower Alliance in the upcoming raid. In addition to all 6 being domain realm experts, Crimson Heart suspected that they were also Tier 6 God-ranked experts. The reason she thought so was because she had only ever felt such a feeling of powerlessness when standing before a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Meanwhile, all 6 of the Tower Alliance's domain realm experts gave her such a feeling. If it were up to their god's domain, only the 5 great super guilds would have the courage to send 6 god-ranked experts into a secret land with a level limit of 110. Moreover, it'd require all 5 of them working together to form such a party. Cleanse Drew also nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's words. Although their 2 teams had yet to clash, the intuition she had developed over her long years of combat told her that all 6 of the Tower Alliance's representatives were monsters. Even if their guild leader came along with them, it was unlikely that they could match the Tower Alliance's team's performance inside the sealed land. They'd be fortunate if the main god system would even deem their efforts worth 30% of the raid contributions. While 100 Flower Palace's members were feeling helpless, 2 figures appeared at the teleportation area a short distance away. "Have all their members finally arrived?" the middle-aged dwarven man said as he picked up his fragmented legendary hammer from the ground. Then, when he took a closer look at the 2 new arrivals, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he said, "One of them is quite high-leveled. But what is up with the level 1031? Is she here to make up the numbers?" The monsters inside the sealed land were about level 110, so players would have to be at level 105 to fight the monsters effectively. So, having a level 103 player come here didn't make sense. It should be known that the difficulty rating of monsters would increase by a rank if there was more than a 5-level gap. Rather than recruiting a level 103 expert with superior combat standards, it'd be much better to recruit a level 105 player with slightly inferior combat standards. After all, battles with monsters were different from battles with other players. While combat standards were important, damage output was also very important. At this moment, the Tower Alliance's members weren't the only ones surprised by this situation. 100 Flower Palace's members were similarly stunned. The Snow Goddess? Didn't she disappear from God's domain long ago? TL notes, only 1 chapter today. I've severely underestimated my ability to procrastinate. I swear I'll make up for the missing chapter tomorrow. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3082 Underse. TL notes. Change made to Chapter 153, Sealed Land - Sealing Labyrinth. Players of the newer generations might not be aware of the Snow Goddess's name, but for the 100 Flower Palace members present, it was a name that was deeply engraved in their minds. When God's Domain first launched, Gentle Snow was one of the few female players regarded as a goddess by most players in the virtual gaming world. Meanwhile, out of the several goddesses, Gentle Snow was deemed to have the greatest potential to reach Tier 6. Unfortunately, before Gentle Snow could reach Tier 6, she suddenly vanished from God's domain. Her disappearance had sparked many debates at the time. Even Ouroboros, the first-rate guild Gentle Snow belonged to, had suffered a huge dip in reputation, and it took the guild quite some time before it managed to recover. So, now that Gentle Snow had suddenly reappeared before them after all these years, it was inevitable that 100 Flower Palace's members were shocked. Why would Gentle Snow appear in Zero Wing? Everyone thought she had died after all these years of silence. I never thought she would actually make her reappearance in Zero Wing. Could she be someone else who just looks like Gentle Snow? Unlikely. I saw Gentle Snow during God's Domain's launch. Although her appearance has changed a little, her presence is still the same as before. So she should be Gentle Snow. 100 Flower Palace's members couldn't help but discuss Gentle Snow when they saw her approaching together with Sherfong. Not only did a legendary individual from the past make a reappearance, but she had even become a member of Zero Wing. If news of this got out, it would definitely attract the attention of many powers. Currently, Zero Wing was already one of the most famous guilds in God's domain. It was also publicly acknowledged that Zero Wing was close to rivaling the various superpowers when it came to resources and advantages in the miniature ancient world. Now that the Snow Goddess had also joined Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly increase the guild's overall strength. What a pity! After Crimson Heart scrutinized Gentle Snow for a moment, she let out a rueful sigh and said, if she hadn't disappeared from God's domain all those years ago, she would have long since become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert already. Based on her observations of Gentle Snow's movements, Crimson Heart could tell that Gentle Snow was only at the Void Realm standard. Gentle Snow's combat standard remained the same as when she disappeared from God's domain. She might have the ability to perceive her surroundings clearly, but she lacked the ability of domain realm experts to turn her surroundings into her weapon. While Void Realm experts were rare among the various first-rate powers and superpowers, that was it. They were nowhere near as strong and useful as domain realm experts. Take the current situation, for example. The Void Realm expert was merely the minimum combat standard required to enter the Sealing Labyrinth. If Gentle Snow hadn't disappeared all those years ago, she would have long since reached the domain realm already. She might have reached the next level in the domain realm. Sorry for the wait. It took some time to prepare, Sherfong said apologetically as he looked at 100 Flower Palace's members. We are already more than grateful that you are willing to come here in person, Mr. Blackflame. We won't even mind waiting for another day if it means we can get your help, Crimson Heart said. Her eyes filled with shock and anticipation when she saw that Sherfong had already reached level 109. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to lead us this time, Mr. Blackflame. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Sherfong was 100 Flower Palace's only chance of securing more slots in the raid this time. After all, there was a high chance that all 6 of the Tower Alliance's representatives were Tier 6 God-ranked experts. However, after seeing that Sherfong had already reached level 109, Crimson Heart felt that their side wasn't without a fighting chance. After all, there wasn't much of a level difference between him and the Tower Alliance's representatives. Not to mention, Sherfong was also a bona fide God-ranked expert with a true mana domain. No problem. However, I have to reiterate that all of the loot we get inside the Sealing Labyrinth belongs to Zero Wing. Half of the slots you get in the end will also belong to Zero Wing, Sherfong said. The maze sealing the stratified Abyssal Realm's pathway was a huge treasure trove. Although the loot inside the maze wasn't as valuable as the entry slots to the stratified Abyssal Realm, it was still more than enough to cause any power to go crazy. This was because every sealing labyrinth had a chance of dropping lineage crystals. Lineage crystals were incredibly valuable treasures. Although they had an incredibly low drop rate, so long as one dropped, even the various superpowers would fight to get it. This was because a lineage crystal could allow players to mutate their lineage, obtain a bona fide rare race, and gain talents outside the reach of most human players. With the lineage crystal, players wouldn't have to do a bunch of troublesome quests to convert their race. In addition, the lineage crystal also granted players the freedom to choose from several hundred races to convert into. Of course, the lineage crystal was only valuable to God's domains that had yet to gain access to the greater God's domain. For those already linked to the greater God's domain, the lineage crystal was a relatively common item. Some of the older God's domains even had 1/3 of their player population converted into a rare race already. However, now that their god's domain had yet to gain access to the greater god's domain. The lineage crystal could become a capital for Zero Wing to grow stronger. Since we are relying on Zero Wing for the raid this time, 100 Flower Palace will not ask for any of the loot, Crimson Heart said, nodding. While Crimson Heart was speaking, the Tower Alliance's members had also walked over. I see you are quite confident, Vice Guild Leader Crimson. You are already discussing how you'll split the loot before we even start raiding the labyrinth. The middle-aged dwarven man from the Tower Alliance named Bloodhammer said contemptuously as he looked at Crimson Heart. Then, impatiently, he asked, So, can we open the sealing labyrinth now? Opening the sealing labyrinth required a special key. Although it was possible to open it with just half of the key, the labyrinth's raid difficulty would be doubled. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Yes, everyone on our side is here already, Crimson Heart said. Although she felt a little angered by Bloodhammer's snide remark, she didn't show it on her face. After all, the Tower Alliance indeed possessed the strength to ridicule 100 Flower Palace. Subsequently, Crimson Heart and Bloodhammer each took out a key and injected mana into their respective keys. Immediately, the two keys radiated a dazzling glow, and the tightly shut stone doors slowly opened up a gap that allowed for several people to enter. After the gigantic doors opened, a dark and ancient aura flowed out from the gap, the aura causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. What dense power of darkness! The demi-dragon woman exclaimed. As expected of a place that connects the stratified abyssal realm. If a dark race were to live inside this place, they'd have a significantly easier time breaking through to higher tiers. All right, let's head inside. The sooner we reach the 5th underground floor and kill the guardian boss, the sooner we can enter the stratified abyssal realm, the elven man standing beside the demi-dragon woman said, an excited look appearing on his face. He wasn't a normal elf, but a dark elf instead. So, the denser the power of darkness in an area, the more beneficial it would be to him in his development. The strength he could exhibit would also increase significantly. Hearing the elven man's words, the Tower Alliance's 5 other representatives nodded and charged straight into the labyrinth, showing no care for 100 Flower Palace's representatives whatsoever. Rather than operate as a team of 12, they operated as a party of 6 instead. Meanwhile, when Sherfong saw Rain Song looking at him anxiously, he chuckled and said, All right, let's head inside as well. The 4 players 100 Flower Palace had sent to participate in the raid possessed extraordinary strength. Their class distribution was also excellent. Rain Song was a level 105 Guardian Knight, Crimson Heart was a spear-wielding level 105 Berserker, Cleansed Rue was a level 105 Elementalist, and Still Moon was a level 105 Cleric. Rain Song and Still Moon were Void Realm experts, while Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue were Domain Realm experts. Even with the addition of a swordsman and berserker like Sherfong and Gentle Snow, the party would still have a good class distribution. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3080, 3_Sealing Labyrinth, 1st Underground Floor. Sealing Labyrinth, 1st Underground Floor. As soon as Sherfang's party entered the dimly lit labyrinth, they immediately felt a suppressive power causing their bodies to feel heavier. However, this power didn't achieve this effect by strengthening the gravity acting on them. Instead, it influenced their minds into thinking that their bodies had grown heavier. Meanwhile, under this suppressive effect, they'd be fortunate if they could exhibit even half of their usual combat power. No wonder the Tower Alliance didn't dare to raid the labyrinth with just half of the key, Cleansed Rue thought to herself, frowning when she felt the mental oppression that came from all directions. Not only does this place make our bodies feel heavier, but it also inhibits our ability to manipulate mana. It'd be impossible to release a mana domain in this environment. Although none of their basic attributes had changed, their combat standards had plummeted the moment they entered the sealing labyrinth. Despite being at the domain realm, cleansed Rue could, at most, exhibit combat standards at the Flowing Water Realm right now. As for Rain Song and Still Moon, who were only at the Void Realm standard, they could, at most, exhibit combat standards at the Refinement Realm. Paired with their equipment standard, each of them could just barely cope with a Grand Lord of the same level by themselves right now. It should be known that Rain Song and Still Moon were both capable of fighting against Tyr, for mythic monsters of the same level to a standstill under normal circumstances. Moreover, they could hold their ground for a relatively long time. However, unlike Hundred Flower Palace's members, neither Sher Feng nor the Tower Alliance's 6 representatives were surprised by this situation. One could not interpret a sealing labyrinth using the standards of the average dungeon. Sealing labyrinths were incredibly mysterious, and it was rumored that ancient gods were responsible for creating them. In front of an ancient god, even a Tier 6 god was no different than an infant. Meanwhile, when operating inside a construction built by ancient gods, unless one had already reached Tier 6, one would have no choice but to comply with the rules set inside the construction. Meanwhile, a minute after Sher Feng's party started traversing deeper into the labyrinth, they heard fighting coming from a passage a short distance ahead. When they moved closer to the source of the noise, they saw Bloodhammer's party clashing against 100 or so level 110 Gargoyle Guards. Gargoyle Guard, Grand Lord, level 110 HP, 500 million. Upon seeing the stats of these Gargoyle Guards, Crimson Heart and the other 100 Flower Palace members couldn't help but frown. These gargoyles were equipped with weapons and possessed bodies made out of demonized rock, which was much tougher than steel. In addition to having 3-meter-tall bodies, they also possessed 4 arms. So, their combat style was completely different from humans. They also possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 7th floor standard. With their current circumstances, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that each one of these Gargoyle Guards was as strong as an expert like Rain Song. Just the thought of fighting over 100 of these Gargoyle Guards with their party of 6 gave 100 Flower Palace's members goosebumps. However, in front of the Tower Alliance's party, these Gargoyle Guards were of no threat at all. It was especially so for Bloodhammer and the Demi-Dragon Woman, who were responsible for opening a path for the party. Bloodhammer could easily knock the gargoyles away with just one swing from his hammer. Some of the gargoyles he sent flying would even hit other gargoyles and send them flying as well, creating a domino effect. If speaking purely in terms of the strength attribute, Bloodhammer was already on par with level 110 mythic monsters. The performance of the Demi-Dragon Woman was even more exaggerated. The 2 shields she wielded looked more like powerful blunt weapons than shields. With just a hit using her shield, she could easily send the Gargoyle Guards in her path flying several dozen meters away, every one of these gargoyles losing a small chunk of their HPs. Some of the gargoyles she struck were even sent smashing into the labyrinth walls, and these gargoyles had to struggle for quite some time before they could free themselves from the walls. Meanwhile, because of Bloodhammer and the Demi-Dragon Woman, the other 4 members of the Tower Alliance's party could advance with relative ease. They didn't have to waste any stamina and concentration on these Gargoyle Guards. Before a minute had even gone by, the Tower Alliance's party had already advanced a significant distance. Before entering deeper into the labyrinth, though, Bloodhammer had turned to look at Sher Feng's party, a trace of gloating and disdain in his eyes. Then, after the Tower Alliance's party progressed deeper into the labyrinth, some of the Gargoyle Guards that had fallen behind began returning to their original positions, one after another. Damn it! Rain Song cursed when she saw the Tower Alliance's party disappearing from her vision, her eyes filled with resignation. She didn't think that the Gargoyle Guards would stop chasing after the Tower Alliance's members. With this, they couldn't chase after the Tower Alliance's party even if they wanted to. Although Rain Song was a Guardian Knight, she wasn't a Tier 4 mythic monster. She might be able to hold her ground against 4 or 5 Gargoyle Guards simultaneously if she had healing support. Still, there was no way she could mimic the Demi-Dragon Woman and fend off several dozen Gargoyle Guards all by herself. She doubted she could do so, even if she activated her berserk skill. Meanwhile, Crimson Heart also grew silent when they saw Bloodhammer's party disappearing. Find the original at H*Stead Novel. The gap in strength between their parties was too massive. With her current strength, she could cope against a dozen or so gargoyle guards by herself. However, if she had to take on so many of these gargoyles by herself, she wouldn't have any energy to spare on opening up a path. Not to mention, she still needed to reserve some energy to protect their party's healer and mage. We don't need to try and keep up with them. It's fine if we just progress at our own pace, Sherfong suddenly said. Ceiling labyrinths typically have 5 floors, and the suppression effect worsens with every floor you progress. The number of monsters you face will also increase. So, it's impossible to clear the labyrinth within a short time. What we should do now is to familiarize ourselves with the combat style of these gargoyle guards. Otherwise, it'll only get more and more difficult for us to progress later. Ceiling labyrinth were constructions built by ancient gods. While it was true that these ceiling labyrinths functioned as seals for pathways leading to the stratified abyssal realm, they also served as trials and legacies. However, few people would actually notice these functions. Everyone was so focused on getting to the stratified abyssal realm that they failed to realize that the ceiling labyrinth itself was also one big treasure trove. Guild Leader Black Flame. Every one of these gargoyle guards has 500 million HP. Moreover, they'll swarm us as soon as we approach them. Out of everyone in our party, I'm afraid you are the only one who can survive fighting against so many of them, Rain Song said with a bitter smile. Rain Song had personally witnessed Sherfong in action, so she knew that he could exhibit strength at the Tier 4 standard. With such strength, the gargoyle guards would be no different than common monsters to Sherfong. However, it was a different story for everyone else in the party. They didn't possess Tier 4 strength, nor were they Tier 6 God-ranked experts. If over 100 gargoyle guards swarmed them, even if Sherfong managed to show amazing performance and pin down several dozen gargoyle guards by himself, it would still be useless. After all, the rest of them would still need to cope with a dozen or so gargoyle guards each. Even assuming they managed to stay alive, they would still have to figure out a way to kill the gargoyle guards. However, with the gargoyle guards having 500 million HP each, their party would probably die from exhaustion before they could kill even one gargoyle guard. If all you're worried about is getting surrounded, that's a simple problem, Gentle Snow said as she looked at 100 Flower Palace's members. I'll restrain their movements for you. Combined with your skills, they'll probably have a hard time forming a proper encirclement around you. You'll restrain them? Cleansed Rue couldn't help but look at Gentle Snow in confusion. The ceiling labyrinth prohibited the use of magic scrolls and tools. It was also this limitation that gave 100 Flower Palace and the Tower Alliance a headache. My mana domain happens to be proficient at this aspect, Gentle Snow frankly stated. After saying so, Gentle Snow walked ahead of the party. Then, as she moved closer and closer to the gargoyle guards, everyone could feel the surrounding mana growing cold and stagnating. A mana domain. How is this possible? Cleansed Rue was filled with disbelief as she looked at Gentle Snow. How can she still form a mana domain while being subjected to the mental oppression here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3084 As soon as Gentle Snow extended her mana domain, the 100 or so gargoyle guards guarding the passage immediately had their mobility and reaction speed slowed dramatically, their bodies behaving as if submerged inside a swamp. Their combat standards had also fallen to the Trial Tower's 5th floor standard. Even a first-rate expert could easily toy with the gargoyle guards in their current state. As soon as Gentle Snow extended her mana domain, the 100 or so gargoyle guards guarding the passage immediately had their mobility and reaction speed slowed dramatically, their bodies behaving as if submerged inside a swamp. Their combat standards had also fallen to the Trial Tower's 5th floor standard. Even a first-rate expert could easily toy with the gargoyle guards in their current state. Space freezing. Crimson Heart was greatly shocked when she saw Gentle Snow's mana domain. Is she really a berserker? Even Cleansed Rue, who used to be a Tier 5 divine mage, could not release her mana domain in an environment with such powerful mental oppression. Yet, not only did Gentle Snow manage to use her mana domain, but she had also managed to execute space freezing with it. This had already gone beyond surprising and reached the realm of fantasy. It should be known that space freezing was an advanced method of using a mana domain, and it was impossible to execute without profound knowledge of mana. The technique was so complex that only a small minority of Tier 5 magical class experts could execute it. Yet, Gentle Snow had successfully used space freezing despite being a berserker. Let's join in as well. She won't be able to handle so many gargoyle guards by herself, Sherfong said when he saw that 100 Flower Palace's members remained in a daze. I'll distract the gargoyles while the rest of you focus them down. The gargoyle guards might have had their combat standards reduced to the Trial Tower's 5th floor standard, but they were still level 110 Grand Lords. A group of more than 100 gargoyle guards was more than capable of wearing out a domain realm. If they didn't reduce the gargoyle guards' numbers quickly, even Sherfong would be whittled to death, let alone Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, after hearing Sherfeng's reminder, Crimson Heart and the others promptly snapped out of their daze and began taking action. The formation Crimson Heart and the others took was simple. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue would focus on dealing damage. Still Moon would focus on healing, and Rain Song would focus on guarding Gentle Snow. Maintaining a mana domain while in combat was very taxing for players. There was also the ever-present mental oppression in the labyrinth. If Gentle Snow were to fight and keep her mana domain functioning normally in this situation, her concentration would deplete rapidly. So, to reduce Gentle Snow's burden, the best solution would be to have her avoid combat. For a time, Sherfong could be seen distracting over 90% of the gargoyle guards, while the rest tried to target Gentle Snow. However, due to the gargoyles' weakened combat standards and slugging movements, none of them could get past Rain Song. As for Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they frenziedly targeted a specific gargoyle guard, with Sherfong sneaking in a few blows from time to time. The gargoyle guards might have 500 million HP, but the battle recovery effect did not exist in the ceiling labyrinth. This was true for both players and monsters. In addition, both Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue were capable of using basic combat techniques at a masterful level. Every basic combat technique they executed allowing them to deal over 1 million damage. If they combined their basic combat techniques with Tier 3 skills and spells, they could cause several million damage per attack. One could say that the two of them had thoroughly utilized their near-tier 4 basic attributes. Crimson Heart's damage output was especially noteworthy as she executed up to 4 combat techniques every 3 seconds. She had perfectly incorporated basic combat techniques into her every move, reaching the realms of truth's entry level in the truest sense. Under the combined attacks of Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, the first gargoyle guard fell in less than 2 minutes. At the same time, Gentle Snow and 100 Flower Palaces, 4 members, saw their experience bars increasing by a small but visible chunk. Roughly an hour later, Gentle Snow became the first player in the party to level up, her level increasing from 103 to 104. Her leveling speed here was not the least bit slower than the grinding expedition Sherfong held for Zero Wings members in the Burning Land. As the number of gargoyle guards decreased, Sherfong also got to attack more and more frequently. This, in turn, accelerated the party's speed at killing the gargoyle guards. After another 2 hours passed, the last of the 100-plus gargoyle guards collapsed and disintegrated into dust. Something dropped. When the last gargoyle guard disappeared, Rain Song noticed that the Grand Lord had actually dropped an item. Specifically, it was a dark gold-colored crystal that was the size of a fingernail. Initially, Rainsong had thought that the gargoyle guards did not have any loot since none of the gargoyle guards they defeated had dropped anything. She thought that they were merely here to contribute EXP to players. She didn't think that the last gargoyle guard they defeated would actually drop something. Meanwhile, when Shifeng saw the dark gold crystal, a hint of excitement suddenly flashed in his calm eyes. "This ceiling labyrinth is amazing. I didn't think this place would drop something like this." Shifeng couldn't help but smile when he picked up the dark gold crystal. "Did something good drop, guild leader?" Gentle Snow asked, her curiosity piqued when she saw the excited look on Shifeng's face. "It's an advanced lineage crystal," Shifeng said, not bothering to withhold information on the dark gold crystal from Gentle Snow. "This is an amazing item that's highly sought after even among Outerworld experts. Normally, ceiling labyrinths would only drop the standard lineage crystal. Although they also had a chance of dropping advanced lineage crystals, the drop rate was abysmally low. Players were unlikely to see an advanced lineage crystal drop even after looting over 100 normal lineage crystals. However, so long as an advanced lineage crystal dropped, it would cause even Outerworld experts to lose their minds. The opportunity to convert to a non-human race might not be anything special to Outerworld experts. However, the opportunity to convert to a higher creature was an entirely different story. The higher creature here wasn't referencing the standard higher races, such as pure-blooded elves and giants. Instead, it referred to higher life forms with superior life ratings. Take the demi-dragon woman from the Tower Alliance, for example. Despite being at Tier 3, her life rating was already close to rivaling the life rating of Tier 4 human players. This was also why the demi-dragon woman managed to show such extraordinary performance against the gargoyle guards. Meanwhile, the advanced lineage crystal was an item capable of instantly transforming a normal human player into a higher life form like the demi-dragon. "Can it let players become very strong?" Gentle Snow asked, an interested look appearing on her face. "Of course. If you absorb this thing, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that you'll become invincible among those of the same tier," Shifeng said, chuckling. "But absorbing this crystal requires the help of a magic array that's constructed using a large amount of mana stones. If you're interested, I can sell it to you for a member price of 10 million points. Find the original at H*Stead Novel." Shifeng was already incredibly generous with his price of 10 million points. If it were up to the greater god's domain's various powers, they'd charge their members a minimum of one top-tier fragmented legendary item or something of equal value for an advanced lineage crystal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3085_10 million points. 10 million points. Gentle Snow was astonished when she heard Shifeng's offer. She didn't think that the dark gold crystal would be worth as much as the ancient god's blood. While she didn't know what invincible among those of the same tier meant exactly, she had personally experienced the ancient god's blood's powerful effects. The ancient god's blood might not have given her any additional basic attributes, but the improvements it did provide had allowed her to achieve a qualitative leap in strength. These changes would also be very useful when she tried to ascend to higher tiers in the future. At this time, Gentle Snow suddenly realized why Shifeng had demanded all of the loot inside the ceiling labyrinth. Evidently, Shifeng had done so for the advanced lineage crystals. The ancient god's blood was an item that assisted players in ascending to higher tiers, while the advanced lineage crystal granted players unparalleled strength among those of the same tier. If a player could get their hands on both of these items, they'd gain an unimaginable advantage over other players. So long as Zero Wing was given enough time, Gentle Snow was certain Zero Wing would grow into a behemoth that would overshadow even the 5 great super guilds. After Shifeng's party rested for a moment, they continued, progressing deeper into the labyrinth. The ceiling labyrinth was massive, and the first floor alone was already 1/3 the size of a standard grinding map. Fortunately, all Shifeng's party needed to do was head to the center. They didn't have to explore the entire floor. Even so, Shifeng's party had still taken over half a day to clear the labyrinth's first underground floor. Meanwhile, during this half a day, Gentle Snow and 100 Flower Palace's members saw a significant improvement in their combat, technique proficiency, and levels. Gentle Snow had reached level 105, while Crimson Heart and the others reached level 106. They could kill the gargoyle guards with much greater efficiency thanks to this improvement. However, with each subsequent floor the party progressed, Crimson Heart and the others also grew increasingly anxious. After all, unlike their party, the Tower Alliance's party had progressed through the labyrinth without killing any monsters. At the rate their two parties progressed, there was a high chance that the Tower Alliance's party would have already cleared the labyrinth when they reached the 5th floor. After 4 days of constant fighting, Shifeng's party finally reached the ceiling labyrinth's 5th floor. Meanwhile, Crimson Heart and the others no longer panicked as soon as they arrived. After all, the labyrinth remained unconquered even though they had already reached the 5th floor. This meant that the Tower Alliance's party was still having trouble clearing it. Evidently, the labyrinth's difficulty was much greater than they imagined. Since that was the case, they might as well listen to Shifeng's commands and focus on increasing their levels and combat technique proficiency. Their party had made significant improvements during these past 4 days. In addition to all of them reaching level 109, they had also made significant improvements in their proficiency in the realms of truth. Crimson Heart, for example, had already reached the Ascension realm, which was the second stage of the realms of truth. It was also the standard that Bloodhammer and the other Tower Alliance members were at. She was only slightly inferior to them due to her lacking experience. Even so, she was already capable of incorporating advanced combat techniques into her every move. However, out of the 5 of them, the person who made the most improvements in the realms of truth was undoubtedly Gentle Snow. She had entered the ceiling labyrinth with only a little knowledge of the realms of truth. Now, though, she had already set foot into the truth realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was monstrously talented. Of course, aside from Gentle Snow, Crimson Heart, and the others, Shifeng had also acquired a significant harvest during these past 4 days. Firstly, he had already reached level 110 and remained stuck there due to the ceiling labyrinth's restriction. Secondly, he had acquired 4 advanced lineage crystals and 182 normal lineage crystals from all the gargoyle guards they killed. One could say that Shifeng had thoroughly capitalized on the pioneering benefits of this ceiling labyrinth. The only unfortunate part was that there were hardly any monsters on the ceiling labyrinth's 5th underground floor. They would come across a group of 200 plus level 112 gargoyle guards from time to time. At this point, a group of this size could no longer threaten Shifeng's party of 6. After wandering on the 5th underground floor for around 6 hours, Shifeng's party arrived at the heart of the 5th floor. It was also the location where the Gate of Crossing was located. The Gate of Crossing was a 50-meter-tall spatial fissure shrouded in darkness. Currently, though, the fissure was thoroughly sealed by golden runes. Meanwhile, a short distance away from the spatial fissure, the Tower Alliance's party could be seen fighting against a 30-meter-tall, pitch-black metal giant. A Titan. Rain Song was dumbfounded when she saw the metal giant. If dragons were known as the symbol of destruction in God's domain, then Titans would be considered the symbol of strength. Similar to the dragon race, the Titan race was one of the apex races in God's domain, and they were known to be invincible among those of the same tier. They were also the worst nightmare for players. Titans were monsters that resembled NPCs the most. In addition to being extremely intelligent, they also wielded super ancient spells that NPCs of the same tier couldn't wield. If players in God's domain were given a choice, they'd rather face a dragon of the same tier than a titan. "No, that's not a titan," Crimson Heart said as she observed the Tower Alliance's fight with the metal giant. The metal giant is clearly a Tier 4 mythic monster. Even if the Tower Alliance's members are monsters in their own right, there is no way they stand a chance against a Tier 4 titan. "That's right. That giant isn't a titan," Sherfong said, nodding in agreement with Crimson Heart as he observed the metal giant fight. "It should be a dead titan that has been turned into a puppet. However, while its combat standard might not come close to a living titan, its basic attributes should be no different than an actual Tier 4 titan. It should also lack the ability to use super ancient spells. Dark Titan, Mythic, level 112 HP, 15 billion. If a Tier 4 titan appeared in a sealing labyrinth that only allowed up to level 110 players to enter, the ancient god that created the Dragonfall Secret Land had definitely created the Secret Land with ill intentions. The ancient god definitely did not intend for players to clear the Secret Land. After all, under normal circumstances, even a team of 100 Tier 4 experts had little to no chances of beating one Tier 4 titan. Challenging a Tier 4 titan at Tier 3 was simply an absurd notion. Ancient gods were probably the only existences capable of accomplishing such a feat at the same time as Sherfang's party arrived at the labyrinth's heart. Bloodhammer and the others also noticed their arrival. How did they get here? A hint of surprise appeared in the demi-dragon woman's eyes when she glanced at Sherfang's party. They hadn't killed a single gargoyle guard on their way here, and they had done so with the express purpose of hindering Sherfang's party's progression. After all, Sherfang's party did not possess the strength to go up against the gargoyle guards. Meanwhile, if Sherfang's party couldn't reach the Guardian boss, the Tower Alliance would be able to monopolize 90% of the entry slots for the stratified Abyssal Realm. Yet, now, Sherfang's party had appeared at the Guardian boss's location. Moreover, all 6 of them looked alive and healthy. "It seems we've underestimated them a little," Bloodhammer said as he glanced at Crimson Heart and the others. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he continued, "But it doesn't matter even if they manage to reach this place. There's no way they can deal with this Dark Titan. The only thing they can do is watch us fight it." Even in the Tower Alliance's party, the only person capable of tanking the Dark Titan was Maria, the demi-dragon woman. The Dark Titan's basic attributes were simply too much for most Tier 3 players to handle. In terms of basic attributes, it was definitely on par with superior mythic monsters of the same level. Only Maria, who wielded fragmented legendary shields and possessed strength surpassing the average Tier 4 player, could receive the Dark Titan's attacks and survive. Support us at hostednovel_ if any other Tier 3 metric tons were to try and tank the Dark Titan's attacks. They would die in one move. Ignore them. We need to break away from the fight quickly," Maria said, her voice sounding a little hurried. "We've only shaved away 20% of the boss's HP, yet we've already expended over half of our stamina and concentration. We need to think of a better solution to raid this boss." Upon hearing Maria's words, Bloodhammer and the others couldn't help but look at the Dark Titan in frustration. The Dark Titan simply had too much HP. Their party had already reached the Guardian boss on their second day inside the sealing labyrinth. Afterward, they had constantly been coming up with strategies to raid the Dark Titan. However, even until now, their most successful attempt only saw them shaving off 30% of the Dark Titan's HP. Moreover, they had nearly exhausted themselves and gotten team-wiped on that attempt. Subsequently, Bloodhammer and the others quickly withdrew from the Dark Titan's sphere of activity. Then, once the Dark Titan had stopped chasing them, they sat down and started resting. There was no foreign energy inside the sealing labyrinth, so they didn't have to concern themselves with their bodies being corroded. Moreover, stamina and concentration recovery rates were seemingly boosted here. So long as they remained outside of combat and ate some food, they could quickly recover to their peak conditions. This had also made raiding the boss significantly easier. They seem to have given up. Guild leader, Gentle Snow said, a surprised look appearing on her face when she saw the Tower Alliance's party resting in the distance. Based on the fight's progression, she could tell that it was only a matter of time before the Tower Alliance's party defeated the Dark Titan. Yet the Tower Alliance's party had suddenly given up on the raid. "Since they are stopping, we'll take their place," Sherfong said, chuckling. "You'll use your mana domain, Snow, while Rainsong and I will distract the boss. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, you two look for opportunities to strike. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3086 When Sherfeng's party started approaching the Dark Titan, the Tower Alliance's members noticed their actions. When Sherfeng's party started approaching the Dark Titan, the Tower Alliance's members noticed their actions. Are they planning to fight the Dark Titan? A look of shock appeared on Maria's face as she looked at Sherfeng's party. While it was true Sherfeng's party no longer had to worry about level suppression since they had already increased their levels, the Dark Titan couldn't be compared using the Gargoyle Guards. The Labyrinth's mental oppression existed even in the boss area, so none of them could exhibit their usual combat standards. Maria could only tank the Dark Titan because she was a demi-dragon and possessed a fragmented legendary shield that reduced all damage she received from attacks under the Tier 5 standard by 60%. Even then, she would still lose 1/3 of her HP from just one of the Dark Titan's punches. Meanwhile, from what Maria could tell, Rainsong, the only MT in Sherfeng's party, was only geared in epic weapons and equipment. She wasn't playing as a rare race or higher life form, either. With such circumstances, Rainsong would probably disappear from just one punch. They might be thinking that since we can safely retreat from the Dark Titan, they can probably give it a try as well, Bloodhammer said, laughing when he saw Crimson Heart and the others charging at the Dark Titan. "This is good. It'll save us the trouble of worrying about their interference when we are fighting the boss. Once they get team-wiped here, it'll take them a few more days before they can come back here." Previously, Bloodhammer had been worried that Sherfeng's party would try to sneak in some attacks and increase their contributions, while their party was keeping the Dark Titan busy. Meanwhile, this was not an outcome the Tower Alliance wished to see. However, so long as Sherfeng's party died here, they'd have to spend the next few days making their way back to the 5th underground floor. "We need to come up with an effective strategy, quickly. Our food and potions are limited, so we can't afford to waste too much time with the Dark Titan," the Elven man said, returning everyone's attention to the problem at hand. "With the Grandmaster mana recovery potions I have left, we can make at most 10 more attempts. If we can't beat the Dark Titan in 10 attempts, I'll need to head back to restock my potions." Upon hearing the Elven man's words, the other 5 players in the party couldn't help but feel a little pressured. The Elven man contributed 40% of their party's damage against the Dark Titan by virtue of his Dark Elf race, resonating with the Sealing Labyrinth's environment. If they lost the Elven man's damage contribution, raiding the Dark Titan would become impossible. While the Tower Alliance's members were discussing their raid strategy, Sherfeng's party had already arrived before the Dark Titan. The 20-meter-tall Dark Titan was like a 6-story building. Even without wielding any weapons, it could already cover a huge range with its arms and legs. Unless players were capable of moving up to 30 yards in the blink of an eye, there was no way they could dodge an attack from the Dark Titan. When Sherfong, who moved at the forefront of the party, entered the Dark Titan's attack range, the Dark Titan sent a punch flying at him without hesitation. The Dark Titan's punch caused even the surrounding space to crack and stagnate, making it incredibly challenging for players to move around in this space. "He's charging at the forefront even though he isn't an MT? Is he looking to die?" Maria's eyes widened in shock when she saw Sherfeng's actions. Feng was a swordsman, yet, rather than trying to assist in dealing damage from the side, he was the first to charge into battle. Seeing this situation, Maria couldn't help but suspect that Feng had wrongly chosen his class. However, just as the Dark Titan's fist was about to reach Feng, a ripple of energy suddenly spread across the battlefield and enveloped the Dark Titan, causing the Dark Titan's movements to slow down significantly. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Space Freezing. When the Elven man saw the Dark Titan's movements showing visible signs of slowing down, he promptly noticed the cause. Then he turned to look at Gentle Snow, shock and confusion on his face as he muttered, "How can she use a mana domain while under such powerful mental oppression?" The Elven man was also an expert capable of casting a mana domain at Tier 3. However, when subjected to the labyrinth's mental oppression, he felt as if needles were constantly pricking his brain. Under such a situation, he couldn't even calmly manipulate his mana, let alone form a mana domain. Before the Elven man could get over his shock, something even more shocking took place on the battlefield. Even after Gentle Snow had inhibited the Dark Titan's movements with her mana domain, Feng showed no intentions of dodging the Dark Titan's attack. Instead, he created a spatial tear as he swung the Winter of Eternal Night at the Dark Titan's fist. Sword's transmigration. Boom! A loud explosion resonated throughout the spacious hall as fist and sword collided. The shock waves of the impact also caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. He blocked it. Maria's eyes were filled with disbelief when she saw Feng holding his ground against the Dark Titan's attack. Although the floor under him had cracked and shattered, he had only lost 1/5 of his HP from the attack. He was even more of an MT than an MT like herself. Meanwhile, as soon as Feng's HP dropped, Still Moon, the cleric, promptly cast a healing spell and healed his HP back to full. As expected of a Titan, it truly does have astounding strength. The power of its punches is definitely at the Tier 4 peak standard already, Feng thought. Then, when he saw the Dark Titan swinging its other fist at him, he promptly switched to wielding his sword with both hands above his head. First sword, Light Shadow. Suddenly, the phantom of a gigantic, great sword appeared above Feng. Then, this great sword descended and smashed into the Dark Titan's fist. Boom! The sound of the explosion was much more resonant this time. The impact had even caused a storm to brew within the underground hall. Even Maria and the others, who sat over 1,000 yards away, could feel the impact shock waves. Meanwhile, unlike the previous exchange, not only did Feng not take any damage this time, but he had also managed to rebuff the Dark Titan's fist, the mythic monster's entire arm thrown backward. The Dark Titan had even lost its footing for a moment, being forced to take half a step back before it managed to stabilize its body. Minus 1,131,654. A damage value exceeding over 1,000,000 appeared above the Dark Titan's head. Although this couldn't be considered a significant amount of damage, the eyes of the Tower Alliance's members nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw this outcome. Impossible. He managed to repulse the Dark Titan's attack? How strong is that attack of his? The Dark Titan's attacks are at the Tier 4 peak standard on average. Seeing as he managed to not only repulse the Dark Titan's attack, but also damage it, his attack must be very close to the Tier 5 standard already. Tier 5? Wasn't their God's domain supposed to be one that only appeared recently? The Tower Alliance's members couldn't help but be shocked and confused as they looked at Feng. Logically, even a Tier 3 player wielding a fragmented legendary weapon couldn't exhibit power nearing the Tier 5 standard. The only possibility a Tier 3 player could execute such a feat was if they wielded a legendary weapon. However, that clearly wasn't possible. Gray's word, you're a swordsman as well. Can you tell what floor he is on? Maria asked as she looked at the half-demunkin, who wielded a gray great sword, sitting next to her. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, 4th Floor Expert. Chapter 159, 4th Floor Expert. I can't say for certain. The Hafty Munkin named Gray's Word answered. Gray's Word was a tall and robust man with dark gray skin covered in pitch-black runes. After quietly watching Shurfeng's battle for a moment, he hesitantly said, "But according to my experience as a swordsman, anyone capable of executing a saint-level mana technique to such a level of perfection should be a 4th Floor Expert." A 4th Floor Expert? Bloodhammer couldn't help but turn to look at Gray's Word in disbelief when he heard the Hafty Munkin's words. Their god's domain shouldn't have access to the greater god's domain yet, so how can an expert of such caliber appear there already? Before a god's domain gained access to the greater god's domain, it would typically categorize its experts based on the realms of refinement. However, in the greater god's domain, there was only one publicly acknowledged categorization for strength, the World Tower. The World Tower was similar to the Trial Tower available in every god's domain, and all players in the greater god's domain ranked their strengths based on their performance in the World Tower. However, compared to the Trial Tower, the World Tower's difficulty was significantly greater. So long as players managed to clear the World Tower's first floor, they would be publicly recognized as experts in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, experts of such caliber were welcomed by the various powers in the greater god's domain. If a player successfully cleared the second floor, they'd become an expert that even the greater god's domain's various peak powers would actively try to recruit. Meanwhile, experts such as 100 Flower Palace's Cleansed Rue would be at the World Tower's second floor standard. Going one step above would be the 3rd Floor Experts. These experts were also known as God-ranked experts. Typically, only Tier 6 God-ranked experts would be capable of clearing the World Tower's 3rd floor. Of course, there were bound to be exceptions since not everyone would have the fortune to reach Tier 6. After all, besides having sufficiently high combat standards, players would also need to have sufficient fortuitous opportunities to get promoted to Tier 6. The current 100 Flower Palace's Crimson Heart could just barely be considered a 3rd Floor Expert. Everyone in the Tower Alliance's party was similarly at this standard. Unfortunately, they were all stuck at the cusp of reaching Tier 6. As for experts capable of clearing the World Tower's 4th floor, these were existences capable of ranking within the top 10 in their god's domain. Even the Tower Alliance only had one such player in its midst. It should be known that the difficulty of the World Tower's 3rd and 4th floors was worlds apart from each other. The 4th floor's challenge was so difficult that every one of their god's domain's current 4th floor experts had only managed to clear the 4th floor after gaining access to the greater god's domain and sparring numerous times with the god-ranked experts there. Thus, Bloodhammer found it hard to imagine that a god's domain that had yet to gain access to the greater god's domain could produce an expert of such caliber. Not to mention, said expert was only at level 110 and had come to a place like the Ceiling Labyrinth. If that's the case, it might be worth befriending 100 Flower Palace, Maria said. While watching Shurfeng single-handedly tanking the Dark Titan, she couldn't help but reevaluate the importance of 100 Flower Palace. The stratified abyssal realm is the gathering place for the various gods' domains newbies. Setting aside the native players, the strongest players, there are 3rd floor experts like us. There's no way any power would send a 4th floor expert there. If we can get a 4th floor expert's help, we'll have a much easier time establishing a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm. The stratified abyssal realm might be a gathering place for the various gods' domains newbies, but it was also a place highly contested by the powers of the various gods' domains. This was because, aside from being rich in rare resources, such as the 7 Luminaries crystal, the stratified abyssal realm was also home to many players with superior talent. Due to the stratified abyssal realm's nature, many of its native players grew faster than players based in normal gods' domains. Their chances of becoming 2nd floor and 3rd floor experts were also several times higher. Occasionally, fourth-floor experts would even appear in the stratified abyssal realm. Meanwhile, these experts had become a resource fought over by the greater gods' domain's various powers. If guilds could recruit these native experts to their cause, it would significantly help their development. After all, competition in the greater gods' domain was incredibly harsh. NPC protection also did not exist in the greater gods' domain. Thus, if a guild wished to establish a foothold in the greater gods' domain, it would need many capable experts. Meanwhile, so long as the stratified abyssal realm developed to a certain extent, it would become a part of the greater gods' domain. Once that happened, recruiting the stratified abyssal realms experts would become significantly more difficult, since every power in the greater gods' domain would be competing over these talents. Hence, before the stratified abyssal realm merged with the greater gods' domain, the various guilds needed to enter the stratified abyssal realm and snatch up as many of these experts as possible. While Maria and the others were holding their hushed discussion, the Dark Titan's HP was rapidly decreasing due to the attacks of Crimson Heart, Cleansed Rue, and Sherfone. Every one of their attacks dealt over 1 million damage. From time to time, Rainsong would also take over Feng's job of tanking the Dark Titan, giving Feng the opportunity to execute Light Shadow and shave off over 10 million of the boss's HP. Monsters in the Ceiling Labyrinth did not have any battle recovery, so every HP the Dark Titan lost would be permanent so long as it remained in combat. Thus, even though the Dark Titan had 15 billion HP, it would eventually fall so long as Feng and the others did not run out of stamina and concentration. However, the Dark Titan wasn't as easy of an opponent as everyone thought. When its HP fell to 30%, it suddenly let loose an angry roar. Then, an identical copy of itself split from its body. It can even use Dark Division? Crimson Heart's complexion paled when she looked at the 2 Dark Titans before her. Dark Division was a Tier 4 super spell that allowed users to create a perfect copy of themselves. Although the spell only had a short duration of several minutes, the doppelganger created would possess all of the original's basic attributes, skills, and spells. Moreover, even if the doppelganger was killed, it would not affect the main body in any way. They already had their plates full dealing with 1 Dark Titan. Only death would await them if they had to deal with 2 Dark Titans. The boss would use such a move at 30% HP? How is anyone supposed to rate it? Bloodhammer couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this development. He never thought that the Dark Titan would have such a move in store. Previously, he thought that his party still had a chance of raiding the Dark Titan. All they needed to do was come up with a viable strategy. However, after seeing the Dark Titan use Dark Division, he no longer thought as such. After all, there wasn't a second person in their party capable of tanking the Dark Titan's attacks. "But this is a chance for us," Maria suddenly said, her eyes glowing with excitement as she looked at the 2 Dark Titans. Currently, neither of their parties could go up against the Dark Titan on their own. They could only get past this guardian boss if their parties worked together. Indeed, they'll have no choice but to cooperate with us now, Bloodhammer said, smiling. However, going against Maria and Bloodhammer's expectations, Feng had long since expected such a development. As soon as the Dark Titan used Dark Division, he promptly activated the Winter of Eternal Nights, World of Frost. Immediately, 9 frost swords appeared around the 2 Dark Titans, each frost sword carrying 120% of Feng's strength. Although the Ceiling Labyrinth's mental oppression prevented Feng from displaying his full potential, he still managed to manipulate the 9 frost swords to the point where every frost sword could execute a basic combat technique. Meanwhile, with the help of the 9 frost swords, Feng was able to keep both Dark Titans pinned down. Is he really just a 4th floor expert? This scene dumbfounded Bloodhammer and the others. While they found it shocking that Feng had managed to single-handedly suppress the Dark Titan's berserk mode, They found it even more shocking that he could exert such a high degree of control over the 9 frost swords with their current circumstances. The level of control Shifeng exhibited was simply astounding. At this time, even Crimson Heart, Gentle Snow, and the others were stunned by this situation. Under the Sealing Labyrinth's powerful mental oppression, the most they could do was execute one basic combat technique at a time. Yet, in addition to executing basic combat techniques with all 9 frost swords, Shifeng was also simultaneously clashing with the Dark Titans directly. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. 2 minutes after the Dark Titan used Dark Division, the spell's duration expired, and the second Dark Titan disappeared. Meanwhile, as soon as the second Dark Titan's disappearance, Shifeng promptly attacked the original Dark Titan with all 9 frost swords. World of Frost had a 3-minute duration, which was only 1 minute more than the Dark Titan's Dark Division. In a situation where everyone's stamina and concentration were rapidly depleting, he needed to take advantage of every opportunity to kill the Dark Titan as soon as possible. The Dark Titan already had its hands full fighting Shifeng, so it naturally didn't have any leeway to defend against the 9 frost swords. As a result, the 9 frost swords had free reign over the Dark Titan's defenseless body, causing over 3 million damage per attack. Subsequently, the Dark Titan's HP bar could be seen draining at a rate visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue also stopped holding back, both of them activating their legacy berserk skills and doubling their basic attributes. They intended to shave away the Dark Titan's remaining HP in one fell swoop. 20%, 10%, 3%, 1%. Boom! Eventually, the Dark Titan fell to its knees as its HP reduced to 0. TL notes: 1. World Tower. The World Tower mentioned here is different from the World Tower located in Dragonheart Island. If I were to translate in a more direct manner, it'd be World's Tower or Tower of the World. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3088_ when the level 112 Mythic ranked Dark Titan died. A bright glow enveloped everyone except Shifeng as they reached the highest level permitted in the Dragonfall Secret Land. When the level 112 Mythic ranked Dark Titan died, a bright glow enveloped everyone except Shifeng as they reached the highest level permitted in the Dragonfall Secret Land. Immediately afterward, a system announcement rang in the ears of both Shifeng's party members and the Tower Alliance's party members. Regional system announcement. Sealing Labyrinth unlocked. The pathway to the stratified abyssal realm will be unlocked in 10 minutes. Regional system announcement. Sealing Labyrinth unlocked. The Sealing Labyrinth will be converted into a standard region in 2 natural days, and the entry limit into the region will be removed. Upon hearing the system announcements, Crimson Heart and the other 100 Flower Palace members couldn't help but grow ecstatic. We did it! Big Sis Rue. Rain's song cheered while shaking Cleansed Rue by the shoulders. Our party will get to monopolize 90% of the entry slots now. The Dark Titan might not have battle recovery, but raiding it was still a great challenge. Had the raid continued for 10 more minutes, most of them would have collapsed from stamina and concentration exhaustion. Fortunately, the Dark Titan's HP ran out before they collapsed from exhaustion. You made a huge contribution to the guild this time, Rue. If not for you, we would have lost out on this huge opportunity. Crimson Heart said as she looked at Cleansed Rue, if not for Cleansed Rue strongly recommending 100 Flower Palace choose Zero Wing as its partner and agreeing to Shifeng's seemingly absurd demands. 100 Flower Palace would have most likely ended up with only 10% of the stratified Abyssal Realms entry slots. However, rather than feeling joyful about being praised, Cleansed Rue wore a complicated look on her face as she looked at Shifeng. The first time Cleansed Rue met Shifeng was in front of the Primordial Demon Court. At the time, Shifeng had caused her and 100 Flower Palace to suffer a huge loss. Yet now, Shurfeng had helped 100 Flower Palace secure 90% of the stratified abyssal realm's entry slots. She even felt an indescribable sense of reliability when she looked at Shurfeng's back right now. Meanwhile, some distance away from Shurfeng's party, the Tower Alliance's party of 6 wore indescribably ugly looks on their faces. Originally, they had entered the ceiling labyrinth thinking that they would be securing 90% of the stratified abyssal realm's entry slots. They had never thought that 100 Flower Palace would be the one to monopolize 90% of the slots instead. Although they had thought of forcing their way into the raid halfway through to rake in some contributions, they eventually decided against doing so. This was because there was no benefit in doing so. It wouldn't change the outcome in any way. 100 Flower Palace could simply stop attacking the boss and switch to annihilating them instead. After all, the agreement the Tower Alliance signed with 100 Flower Palace did not state that they could not attack each other. They merely agreed to open the ceiling labyrinth together and split the entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm. While the 2 guilds members were busy celebrating and sobbing, Shurfeng, who stood before the Dark Titan's corpse, wore a dumbfounded look on his face. I really cannot understand what 100 Flower Palace is thinking. The entry slots might be important, but the loot of this boss probably isn't much worse than those slots, Gentle Snow exclaimed, shock coloring her face as she looked at the items scattered across the ground. She used to be the guild leader of Ouroboros, a first-rate guild, several years ago, so she had seen the loot of mythic bosses on numerous occasions. She had even seen the loot of many superior mythic bosses. However, all of them paled compared to the Dark Titan's loot. This was because the density of the mana the dropped items carried was on an entirely different level. In the past, the strongest item Gentle Snow had seen might have radiated dense mana, but the mana the item radiated remained invisible to the naked eye. However, every one of the items the Dark Titan dropped was currently radiating mist-like mana. How powerful must these items be for them to radiate such frightening mana? This loot has indeed exceeded my expectations, Shurfeng similarly exclaimed. If they were to see what the Dark Titan dropped, they would have also regretted agreeing to our deal. For a mythic monster, the Dark Titan did not drop many items. It had dropped only 32 items in total. Moreover, 30 of them were materials. However, these were all incredibly special materials. Abyssal heart fragments. If what they got was the complete abyssal heart, they would have had an inferior divine artifact, ranked material in their hands. Even so, as the fragments of an inferior divine artifact, ranked material, the abyssal heart fragments were still rated as legendary materials. When added into the production of weapons and equipment, an abyssal heart fragment had a 50% chance of granting the item a mana amplification effect. In addition, it also had a 20% chance to upgrade a dark gold item to an epic item and a 1% chance to upgrade an epic item to a fragmented legendary item. Typically, one could exchange for a fragmented legendary item with just 10 abyssal heart fragments. This meant that the Dark Titan had dropped 3 fragmented legendary items worth of abyssal heart fragments. It should be known that a first-rate guild would, at most, have several dozen fragmented legendary items. So, 3 fragmented legendary items were still a considerable fortune for a first-rate guild. Not to mention, in addition to the 30 abyssal heart fragments, the Dark Titan had also dropped 1 fragmented legendary item and 1 primal lineage crystal. Abyssal Eye Ring, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, Strength 1,500, Agility 1,200, all attributes. Increases according to the user's level. When equipped, increases all attributes by 40%. Reduces all hostile dark type effects by 50%. Ignore levels plus 10 additional skill 1. Dark Star. Continuously cause dark damage to a radius of 500 yards for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Power. Grants the wearer the power of the abyss, increasing defense by 100%, strength by 150%, agility by 60%, physique by 50%, and endurance by 100% for 3 minutes. Cooldown: 3 hours possession of the Abyssal Lord. Destroyed by the Eternal Spear, the Abyssal Eye's core has been split into 4 fragments. The Abyssal Eye will restore itself when the 3 other core fragments are collected. Current restoration progress 0/3. Rings were much rarer than weapons and equipment in God's domain. Typically, even the various superpowers Tier 5 experts would only be using epic rings, while most Tier 4 experts would still be stuck using dark gold rings. Moreover, the level of these rings would be far beneath the players using them. Due to their rarity, rings would typically be valued 1 rank higher than their actual rank. For example, a dark gold ring would be valued similarly as an epic equipment. Meanwhile, the rarity of fragmented legendary rings was close to rivaling the rarity of legendary equipment. Not to mention, the Abyssal Eye was originally a godly relic. So long as he could find the 3 remaining core fragments, he could return the ring to its former glory. Hence, its value was many times higher than the average fragmented legendary ring. However, compared to the Abyssal Eye, Sherfong cared more about the dark crystal in his hand. This dark crystal was none other than the Primal Lineage Crystal. It was also an item that Sherfong had never thought he would obtain, and its value was much higher than even the Abyssal Eye. TL notes: I've decided to capitalize the physique stat from now on. I didn't capitalize it initially since I wasn't sure if it was an actual in-game parameter. When I realized that it was an in-game parameter afterward, I continued keeping it at lowercase for consistency. But looking at it now, it feels strange leaving physique uncapitalized. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3089_ There existed 3 ranks of lineage crystals in God's domain: the normal lineage crystal, the higher-ranking advanced lineage crystal, and the highest-ranking primal lineage crystal. There existed 3 ranks of lineage crystals in God's domain: the normal lineage crystal, the higher-ranking advanced lineage crystal, and the highest-ranking primal lineage crystal. Primal lineage crystals were the only means for players to convert into a primal life form. However, primal lineage crystals were so rare that their rarity surpassed even legendary items. To put it into perspective, a typical God's domain would only have around a dozen primal life forms. In terms of life rating, primal life forms did not exceed higher life forms, such as demi-dragons, by much. Some primal life forms were even inferior to demi-dragons when it came to life rating. However, there was one aspect in which primal life forms had an insurmountable advantage over the higher life forms: world affinity. Among the many creatures in God's domain, primal life forms started with the highest world affinity. In God's domain, it was widely known that the higher a player's world affinity was, the higher their affinity with mana would be. At the same time, they would also have an easier time perceiving the operating principles of mana. If the average player started with 1 point in world affinity, a primal life form would start with 3 points in world affinity. Even players who had reached level 1 world authority wouldn't have such high world affinity. Most importantly, the world affinity gained through converting to a primal life form stacked with the world affinity players gained through world authority. Moreover, the world affinity gained this way wouldn't disappear even if players left the God's domain they came from. This was because it wasn't a blessing granted to them by their homeworld, but rather an inherent part of their strength instead. Of course, converting to a primal life form wasn't an easy task. Aside from requiring a primal lineage crystal, one would also need 10,000 mana stones to activate the primal lineage crystal. Mana stones were much rarer than magic crystals. Although master alchemists could synthesize mana stones using magic crystals, the conversion ratio was 1 to 100. Moreover, the synthesis success rate wasn't 100%. In other words, it'd cost at least 1 million magic crystals to convert to a primal life form. It simply wasn't a cost the average person could afford. This saves me a lot of trouble. Shifeng thought as he put the primal lineage crystal into his bag. Originally, Shifeng had planned on using an advanced lineage crystal to increase his life rating. Then he would head to the main continent and pick up an inferior legendary quest to increase his world authority in preparation for his Tier 5 promotion. Not all Tier 6 God-ranked experts were equals. In fact, the difference in strength between God-ranked experts was much greater than even the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players. If he did not pave a solid foundation for himself, even if he reached Tier 6, he would merely be an insignificant Tier 6 God-ranked expert in his subworld and the greater God's domain. Shifeng might seem very strong right now, but that was only because of a few factors, namely the winter of eternal night, his legendary mana body, and his superb control over mana. In the winter of eternal night's case, it was a fragmented legendary weapon that closely rivaled legendary weapons. In the case of his mana control, he was confident that nobody could match him in this regard at Tier 3. Even if the Tier 6 God-ranked experts on the main continent reverted to Tier 3, none of them could match him. However, once he climbed to higher tiers, these advantages would quickly grow insignificant. If he climbed to higher tiers without increasing his advantages, the gap in strength between him and his peers would shrink continuously, and some might even surpass him. It should be known that even the Tier 5 experts on the main continent had much greater advantages accumulated than he currently did, let alone the main continent's Tier 6 God-ranked experts. This was because every veteran Tier 5 expert on the main continent would have several fragmented legendary items, with some even having legendary weapons and equipment. In addition, they also possessed a large number of Tier 5 skills and spells. The difference between a player wielding a large number of Tier 5 skills and a player with only 1 or 2 Tier 5 skills was bigger than the difference between a human and a dog. This was also why few Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were willing to enter the miniature ancient world. Entering the miniature ancient world would mean losing all the advantages they had accumulated over the years. There wasn't even a guarantee they could accumulate as many advantages in the miniature ancient world as they previously had on the main continent. Shortly after Shifeng had sorted out the Dark Titan's loot and equipped the Abyssal Eye, the chains binding the spatial fissure started shattering one after another. At the same time, the spatial fissure's size also expanded by several times, occupying nearly half of the entire hull. Subsequently, the spatial fissure radiated a powerful attraction force that caused everyone to subconsciously gravitate toward it. Shifeng and the others had to resist with all their strength just to avoid getting sucked into the spatial fissure. At the same time, a system notification rang in everyone's ears. System: Gate of Crossing activated. The wielder of the complete key may safely teleport up to 20 people to the stratified abyssal realm through the Gate of Crossing. Once used, the key will enter a cooldown period of 10 natural days to accumulate energy. The key will also be required to safely return from the stratified abyssal realm. Those without the key's protection, please enter with caution. Why are there only 20 slots? Rain Song couldn't help but be confused when she heard the system notification. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue also couldn't help but be surprised and frown at this revelation. According to the information they found through investigating the Dragonfall secret land, they discovered that the stratified abyssal realm was a massive place. It was much larger than even the empires on the main continent. Although the stratified abyssal realm had a strict level limit, its player population should amount to 1 billion at the very least. After all, aside from the countless native powers, plenty of experts from the various gods' domains also operated there. In their opinion, the teleportation gate should accommodate 1,000 players at a time, at the very least. Otherwise, how are foreign players like themselves supposed to thrive in the stratified abyssal realm? Yet now, the system was telling them that they would only receive 20 entry slots. After setting aside the Tower Alliance's 2 slots, they still had to split half of the remaining 18 slots to Zero Wing. This meant that 100-flower palace would only have 9 entry slots. What could they possibly do with just 9 slots? The amount of items 9 players could carry was incredibly limited. There was no way they could establish a long-term trade channel with just 9 players. Not to mention, the currency used in the stratified abyssal realm was different from the currencies they used. This is much better than we initially anticipated. Unlike 100-Flower Palace's members, Bloodhammer, the leader of the Tower Alliance's party, revealed an excited expression when he heard the system notification. Although they were 4 or 5 entry slots shorter than their initial expectations, the cooldown of the Gate of Crossing here was only 10 days. That was significantly better than some of the other gates, with month-long cooldowns. If Bloodhammer were to learn that 100-Flower Palace's members had come into the Ceiling Labyrinth thinking that they could acquire 1,000 entry slots into the stratified abyssal realm, he would probably laugh himself to death. The stratified abyssal realm was a special location that connected the many worlds of God's domain. If every God's domain could periodically send 1,000 players into the stratified abyssal realm, it wouldn't take long before the various God's domains players outnumbered the native players. If that were the case, the various stratified abyssal realms wouldn't have remained under the absolute control of the various native powers all this time. The various God's domains powers wouldn't have had to try to butter up to the stratified abyssal realm's native powers. Being able to gain 9 entry slots every 10 days was a privilege that could make even the greater God's domain's various peak powers grow envious. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3090_9 slots? Sherfone was greatly surprised when he heard the system notification. It seems I'll have to make ample preparations for this. 9 slots. Sherfone was greatly surprised when he heard the system notification. It seems I'll have to make ample preparations for this. Sherfone possessed an in-depth understanding of the stratified abyssal realm. The average Gate of Crossing could only accommodate 5 or 6 people, with larger ones accommodating up to 10 people. Yet, not only could the Gate of Crossing before them teleport up to 20 players at a time, but it only had a short cooldown of 10 days. The value of this gate alone was several times greater than the combined value of several Tier 6 God-ranked experts. It should be known that in addition to allowing players from God's domain to travel to the stratified abyssal realm, the Gates of Crossing also allowed players native to the stratified abyssal realm to travel to God's domain. The only difference was that the stratified abyssal realm's native players needed to pay an exorbitant price in 7 luminaries crystals to travel to God's domain. According to Sherfang's knowledge, the amount of 7 luminaries crystals that native players needed to pay to leave would differ depending on their combat standards. The higher a player's combat standards, the more 7 luminaries crystals they needed to fork out when leaving the stratified abyssal realm. Even experts at the World Tower's first floor standard were already required to pay 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to leave, while second floor experts were required to pay 3,000 units. However, 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal was a sum that a second-rate guild would need 2 months to collect. Although first-rate guilds and superpowers could collect a lot more 7 luminaries crystals, it simply wasn't worthwhile to do so. Players who reached the World Tower's first floor might be recognized as experts in the greater God's domain, but they weren't exceptionally rare or powerful experts. They wouldn't even be considered top-ranking experts in the various first-rate guilds. As for second-floor experts, while they were indeed powerful combatants, the cost to teleport a second-floor expert out of the stratified abyssal realm was 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even a first-rate guild could only afford to teleport one such expert out of the stratified abyssal realm once every 2 months. Not to mention, due to the stratified abyssal realm's restrictions, native experts were at a very low level and tier. So, guilds would have to invest a lot of time and resources to develop these experts to their full potential. for a god's domain that had yet to gain access to the greater god's domain. The stratified abyssal realm's true value lay in the trade opportunities it offered. The stratified abyssal realm possessed various precious resources that weren't available in God's domain. Even if they set aside the stratified abyssal realm's unique resources, the skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques the stratified abyssal realm possessed were also far superior to what was available in their God's domain. Due to the various stratified abyssal realms having a very low level cap on average, the native players there compensated for their lacking levels and tiers by developing their skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques. It was especially true when it came to the development of combat techniques and mana techniques. The various stratified abyssal realms had far surpassed the many worlds of God's domain and reached an entirely different level. Moreover, different stratified abyssal realms would have different civilization cultures and development paths. Because of this, the variety of combat techniques and mana techniques the various stratified abyssal realms possessed was so large that it could astonish even the greater god's domain's hegemonic powers. If an isolated god's domain could gain access to these combat techniques and mana techniques, these techniques would greatly help its development. Meanwhile, 9 entry slots were already more than enough for Shurfeng to do many things in the stratified abyssal realm. Afterward, Shurfeng, Crimson Heart, and Bloodhammer agreed to meet before the Gate of Crossing 2 days later. Though, after factoring in the time needed to traverse the Sealing Labyrinth, they would only have 1 day to prepare once they returned to their respective gods' domains. So, they were considerably tight on time. After agreeing on a time, everyone promptly took out a return scroll and teleported back to their respective gods' domains. Miniature Ancient World, Abyssal Star City. When Shurfeng and Gentle Snow teleported back to Zero Wing's residence, they quickly noticed that the residence was missing some of its liveliness and prosperity. Many guild members in the residence also wore looks of frustration and envy. Before Shurfeng could even begin to wonder what had happened while he was gone, a series of message notifications rang in his ears. After checking his message interface, Shurfeng found that several dozen people had messaged him these past few days. Among these people, Su Qianlu and Blackie had sent him the most messages, each of them sending several dozen messages. Did something happen? Shurfeng grew a little confused as he looked at the several hundred unread messages in his inbox. Before leaving, Shurfeng had already informed Su Qianlu and Blackie that he would be taking care of something important and that they shouldn't contact him unless it was something urgent. It was especially true for offline communication. He told them that unless Zero Wing was under the threat of destruction, they absolutely should not try to contact him in the real world. The Sealing Labyrinth was a special location that granted access to the stratified abyssal realm, so players were prohibited from communicating with the outside world or logging out of the game while inside it. Although players wouldn't be put into real danger for logging out of the game, their in-game souls would be weakened for a certain period as a penalty. "It seems something big happened while we were away," Gentle Snow said. "Yaiwa messaged me saying that a new expansion pack called Primordial Demons Awakening appeared while we were away. Along with the introduction of this expansion pack, a special building appeared outside the various NPC cities. This building leads to a primordial secret land, and players can hunt for mounts in that secret land. Moreover, the leveling inside is at least 2 times faster." Hunt for mounts. Realization dawned on Shurfeng when he heard Gentle Snow's words. Mounts could greatly increase a player's leveling speed and range of movement. However, there was still no reliable way to acquire mounts in the miniature ancient world. Even Shurfeng had only obtained his mount in the primordial demon court by chance. Now that a reliable means of acquiring mounts had appeared, it wasn't strange to see players causing a huge commotion over it. However, this was a huge problem for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's operations were based in Abyssal Star City. It didn't have a base of operations in any NPC city. So, there was no way Zero Wing could compete against the various powers. But entering this primordial secret land isn't an easy task. Players will have to raid team dungeons to acquire the Secret Lands teleportation tokens, and each team dungeon will only drop around a dozen tokens. Moreover, even after entering the Secret Land, players are only allowed to stay there for a limited time, Gentle Snow explained. So, the various powers are frantically searching for and raiding team dungeons right now. Many powers have started a fight over team dungeons, and even Mysterious Moon has already suffered over 10,000 casualties. There's a dramatic difference in leveling speed between players with and without mounts. Team dungeons also appear randomly in the various maps, so not even the various superpowers can monopolize them. Even small guilds will try to compete for some team dungeons in this situation. So long as they get into the team dungeon, there'd be nothing other powers can do about it. So it's normal for Mysterious Moon to suffer such losses, Sherfong said. He wasn't surprised that Mysterious Moon had suffered so many casualties. Mounts were a key factor that could decide a guild's future. No guild would be willing to give up on the opportunity to acquire a large number of mounts. While Sherfong and Gentle Snow were conversing, Su Qianlu suddenly approached them in a hurry. "You're finally back, guild leader," Su Qianlu said as she looked at Sherfong, who had just walked out of the residence's teleportation hall. "Something big has happened while you were away. Had you taken even a day longer to reply, Blackie, and I would have had to contact you by force. Did something happen to Zero Wing?" Sherfong asked in confusion. The current Zero Wing was prospering greatly in the miniature ancient world. Although the new expansion pack had thrown a monkey wrench into Zero Wing's development plans, it wasn't so bad that the guild would face destruction. "It's not Zero Wing," Su Qianlu said, shaking her head. "But it isn't completely unrelated to Zero Wing, either. Specifically, something major has taken place over at the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Chief Administrator Hidden Soul and many other peak experts intend to withdraw from Azura." TL notes, for those wondering, peak powers and hegemonic powers are two new terms the author has introduced. Hegemonic powers are above peak powers. I don't know how they compare to the superpowers in Sherfang's God's Domain, though. Also, Su Qianlu, Blackie, and the others still aren't aware that the Azura Mercenary Alliance is actually owned by Zero Wing. Hence, Su Qianliu's manner of speaking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163 Ultimatum. Chapter 163 Ultimatum. Sherfong was a little stunned by Su Qianliu's words, his mind failing to process those words immediately. Hidden Soul wasn't some nobody. Su Qianlu and the others might not be aware of it, but Hidden Soul was an outer member of Zero Wing. It was also under Sherfang's suggestion that Hidden Soul had established the Azura Mercenary Alliance and recruited a large number of independent experts for Zero Wing. However, the action of establishing the Azura Mercenary Alliance wasn't only beneficial to Zero Wing, it was also beneficial for Hidden Soul herself. No player in God's Domain could progress very far if they relied only on themselves. If a player wished to reach the apex of God's Domain, they'd need a large amount of resources that required a lot of manpower to obtain. This was also why Sherfong had chosen to establish Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Zero Wing and Azura might not look like much right now, but once they took shape, both organizations would be extremely useful in helping him acquire the astronomical amount of 7 Luminaries crystals required to reach Tier 6. He would also have a much easier time obtaining high-tiered skills, high-tiered spells, and legendary items. In order to become an apex expert in God's Domain, players didn't just need to have incredibly high combat standards. They also needed fragmented legendary items, and a large collection of high-tiered skills and spells. A player would only become complete as an apex expert after meeting all these requirements. Meanwhile, the requirements to become a true Tier 6 God-ranked expert were even higher. In a certain sense, legendary items and Tier 5 and Tier 6 skills and spells were even more important for Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Almost every legendary item in God's domain could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. Suppose that, by some miracle, an ordinary expert managed to get his hands on 2 or 3 legendary items. If a beyond domain realm expert with no legendary items were to fight this ordinary expert at the same tier, the fight would end with an overwhelming victory in the ordinary expert's favor. However, searching for and obtaining legendary items involved a lot of time and effort. If Sherfone tried to do everything by himself, all he'd end up with was nothing. This was something Hidden Soul was also well aware of. It was also why she had gladly agreed to help him establish the Azura Mercenary Alliance. With Azura's support, she, too, could develop her strength much more rapidly. Yet now, Su Qianlu was telling him that Hidden Soul wanted to withdraw from the Azura Mercenary Alliance. No matter how Sherfone thought about it, this situation simply didn't make sense. I'm sure you are also aware of Azura's situation, Guild Leader. It is only thanks to Chief Administrator Hidden Soul that Azura has attracted so many powerful experts and customers. It is also thanks to these customers that Zero Wing has managed to earn enough funds to keep itself afloat and even purchase Shadow's Lanhua Tower. Not to mention, Chief Administrator Hidden Soul has also helped out with training Zero Wing's recruits. If Chief Administrator Hidden Soul were to leave, Su Qianlu dared not continue her words after speaking up to this point. Guild Leader, they are currently holding a meeting in Azura's headquarters. Can you head over there and try to dissuade Chief Administrator Hidden Soul and Azura's executives from leaving? If Hidden Soul were to leave, the Azura Mercenary Alliance wouldn't be the only one affected. Zero Wing would also have its development severely impacted. However, the fact that Azura was still silent about this situation meant that there was still room for negotiations. Unfortunately, Su Qianlu didn't have any rights to speak in the Azura Mercenary Alliance, so she couldn't stop Hidden Soul from leaving. Sherfone was the only person in Zero Wing who had speaking rights in Azura. "All right, I'll go and take a look," Sherfone said, nodding. After saying so, he promptly made his way toward Azura's headquarters, questions filling his mind. Inside the top-floor conference room of Azura's headquarters, on the surface, it was announced that Azura was currently holding a meeting between its executives. In reality, though, there were only 4 people seated inside the large conference room. On one side of the conference table sat Hidden Soul and a ferocious man looking to be in his 50s. On the other side sat Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath. Currently, all 4 of these people had already reached level 107. They were 2 levels higher than the miniature ancient world's frontline experts, and even the various superpowers peak experts would be shocked if they saw these 4 people's levels. This was because even the various superpowers peak experts were only at level 106. Not to mention, at level 107, Hidden Soul and the others would no longer have to worry about the problem of level suppression when roaming level 110+ maps. "Are you intent on withdrawing, Miss Soul?" Lu Wuxing asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. "Won't you consider talking things out with Mr. Black Flame?" "Further discussions are unnecessary," Hidden Soul said, shaking her head. "The Flower of 7 Sins has already issued its ultimatum. If my old friends and I do not leave Azura, the Flower of 7 Sins will begin targeting Azura in all aspects. I'm sure I don't have to explain to you what the Flower of 7 Sins is capable of, Mr. Lu. If we do not leave, Azura's future will be ruined. I'm sure this isn't something Guild Leader Black Flame wishes to see. Not to mention, Guild Leader Black Flame is still missing. If we delay our withdrawal any further and the Flower of 7 Sins begins to take action, all of Azura's customers are certain to leave. The same goes for Azura's experts." After hearing Hidden Soul's words, Lu Wuxing opened and closed his mouth several times. However, no matter how he racked his mind, he simply couldn't come up with any rebuttals. The various first-rate powers in God's domain might not know the full extent of the Flower of Seven Sins' capabilities. However, it was a different story for Witch's Sin, a guild that had secretly reached the standard of the various superpowers already. The Flower of Seven Sins might not have as many members as any of the 5 great super guilds, but the number of experts it possessed absolutely exceeded every one of the 5 great super guilds. Moreover, because the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't a guild, but a covert organization instead, there was no use placing a bounty on it. Members of the Flower of Seven Sins typically kept their identities hidden. Most members didn't even know where the organization's main headquarters was located. According to rumors, the Great Commander was the only person who knew exactly how many members and trump cards the organization had. Not even the 6 other commanders of the organization knew about these details. Meanwhile, so long as someone was willing to pay the price, the Flower of Seven Sins would dare to accept even a commission for the heads of the 5 great super guilds' guild leaders. Moreover, not only was there a precedent of this situation, but the Flower of Seven Sins had even completed the commission successfully. Although Lu Wuxing didn't know why the Flower of Seven Sins had decided to target Hidden Soul, an ex-commander of the organization, it was a fact that the assassination organization had issued a warning to the Azura Mercenary Alliance. However, judging by the fact that only the 4 of them had received this notice, he could also tell that the Flower of Seven Sins didn't wish to offend Azura too much. The organization only wished for Azura to keep its hands out of Hidden Soul's problem. However, there wasn't anything Azura could do about this situation either. Others might not be aware of Azura's current situation, but Lu Wuxing was. If Azura tried to go against the Flower of Seven Sins, it'd be no different than trying to crack a rock with an egg. Black Flame, the person behind the Azura Mercenary Alliance, might come from an incredibly strong power, but how much strength could this extraordinary power employ in this god's domain? It should be known that the Flower of Seven Sins was one of the strongest powers in this god's domain. Getting targeted by the Flower of Seven Sins would be an absolute nightmare for Azura. Interesting. So, it's a warning from the Flower of Seven Sins? While Lu Wuxing was racking his mind for a solution, the doors to the conference room suddenly opened. Then, a chuckle that Lu Wuxing and Hidden Soul were familiar with came through the doors. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3092 _ Guild Leader Black Flame. Guild Leader Black Flame. Lu Wuxing and Hidden Soul were both surprised by Shifeng's sudden appearance. However, the 2 wore different expressions when they saw Shifeng, the former looking pleasantly surprised and the latter looking ashamed. Level 110. The ferocious middle-aged man seated beside Hidden Soul was similarly surprised when he saw Shifeng. However, the reason for his surprise was different from Lu Wuxing and Hidden Soul. Unlike the others present, the ferocious middle-aged man had a special identification skill that allowed him to ignore the concealment effects of black cloaks. Hence, even though Shifeng was hiding his information with a black cloak, he could see Shifeng's level the instant Shifeng had entered the room. Lu Wuxing, Hidden Soul, and Blue Sheath were all experts with extraordinary senses. Although the middle-aged man had exclaimed in a very soft voice, the 3 of them still managed to hear his words loud and clear. Meanwhile, all 3 of them couldn't help but turn to look at Shifeng in even greater surprise after hearing the middle-aged man's mutterings. "Have you really reached level 110 already, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Lu Wuxing asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. It should be known that his current level of 107 already allowed him to look down on the entire miniature ancient world. He could even move about freely in level 115+ maps at this level. Although Lu Wuxing had expected Shifeng to be above him in levels considering the other party's strength, he didn't expect there to be such a huge difference. If it were in the past, reaching level 110 wouldn't be a big deal since it was only a minor turning point for players. At most, players would receive more basic attributes from their level 150 epic weapons and equipment. However, that all changed ever since the introduction of the most recent expansion pack. The Primordial Secret Land that got introduced with the expansion pack had 2 separate maps with different level limits. The first map only allowed players under level 110 to enter, while the second map only allowed players between level 110 and level 120. Before reaching level 110, players couldn't enter the second map. Currently, the first map only dropped mounts up to the Mysterious Iron rank. Meanwhile, a Mysterious Iron mount's combat power only rivaled Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. A mount of this rank could just barely be of help to expert players. On the other hand, the Primordial Secret Land's second map dropped up to secret silver mounts. Meanwhile, a secret silver mount possessed strength rivaling high lords of the same level. With such combat power, a secret silver mount could be of significant help to players out in the fields. After all, most of the monsters found in even level 115 maps were only at the High Lord standard. Not to mention, no powers were competing over the second map yet. So, the acquisition rate for mounts in the second map would surpass the first map. I have indeed reached level 110 for some time now. Sure Fong nodded, not bothering to hide his level. However, he couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the middle-aged man beside Hidden Soul. The black cloak might not be infallible, but a top-tier identification skill would still be required to see through a black cloak's concealment effect. Such identification skills were not commonly available in God's domain. Even a top-tier first-rate guild wouldn't have more than 10 people with such identification skills. Yet, despite being an independent expert, the middle-aged man owned one such identification skill. Sure Fong had already memorized the names and appearances of the many experts in God's domain who possessed such top-tier identification skills. Yet, even though the middle-aged man named Frenzied Smile was already at the domain realm, Sure Fong had no recollection of this person whatsoever. When Hidden Soul noticed the look of surprise on Sure Feng's face, she took the initiative to introduce the middle-aged man beside her, saying, "Let me introduce you. This person here is Frenzied Smile, one of the former 7 great elders of the Flower of 7 Sins Board of Elders. Ever since he retired from his position, he has always lived a secluded life. I had to go through a lot of trouble to find him." "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame," Frenzied Smile said as he stood up and nodded at Sure Fong. "Although I've heard Commander Soul speak many things about you before, it would seem that you are even more amazing than she described." "You flatter me, Elder Smile," Sure Fong said with a smile. "The fact that you are willing to join the Azura Mercenary Alliance is an honor for Azura." Domain realm experts were highly contested among the various superpowers. Even the 5 great guilds were no exception. This was because domain realm experts had the strength necessary to lead and safeguard important locations. They also had a considerable chance of becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the future. However, upon hearing Sure Feng's words, Frenzied Smile's expression immediately grew a little awkward. Then he said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Guild Leader Black Flame. While my friends and I are interested in becoming a part of Azura, Death Omen, the current commander for the Flower of 7 Sins, Sin of Pride, has already issued an ultimatum to Azura. If we insist on joining Azura, not only will we bring no benefit to the Mercenary Alliance, but we will even bring trouble with us instead." Hidden Soul wore a somber expression when she heard Frenzied Smile's words. Death Omen was Hidden Soul's younger cousin sister, and the girl was incredibly talented. Originally, Death Omen was one of the potential contenders for the title of Pride in the Flower of 7 Sins. However, the title eventually landed in Hidden Soul's hands, and Hidden Soul became the Sin of Pride's first commander in God's domain. Now, though, Death Omen had become the Sin of Pride's new commander. If Death Omen was the only person Hidden Soul was going up against, she could have simply ignored the girl's threat. After all, Death Omen only held command over the Sin of Pride. The problem was that Supreme Sky stood behind Death Omen. Supreme Sky was the owner of greed, and he was the second most powerful person in the Flower of Seven Sins, coming behind only the Great Commander. Meanwhile, Supreme Sky was typically responsible for handling most of the Flower of Seven Sins affairs. Hence, Death Omen's threat could also be regarded as the will of the Flower of Seven Sins. As a former commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Hidden Soul was fully aware of what it meant to go against the will of the Flower of Seven Sins. If the Azura Mercenary Alliance did not heed the Flower of Seven Sins warning, the only outcome awaiting Azura would be elimination. There was no way Azura, in its current state, could go up against the Flower of Seven Sins. After all, even a veteran super guild like World Dominators was no different than an infant before an adult when going up against the Flower of Seven Sins. The only powers capable of truly contending with the Flower of Seven Sins were the 5 great super guilds, existences that had existed for more than 100 years. Aren't you underestimating Azura too much, Elder Smile? Shirfong suddenly laughed as he looked at Frenzied Smile's awkward expression. The Flower of Seven Sins might be strong, but that doesn't make Azura a pushover. Since the Azura Mercenary Alliance has decided to let Hidden Soul become its chief administrator and even have her recruit former members of the Flower of Seven Sins like yourself without consulting the Flower of Seven Sins beforehand, it means that Azura has never cared what the Flower of Seven Sins would think of this decision. Hidden Soul was momentarily stunned when she heard Shifeng's words. She never expected Shifeng to say such words. At this moment, an array of emotions filled her heart. There was excitement, anxiety, and shame. It should be known that even the various superpowers would grow fearful when hearing the name of the Flower of Seven Sins, let alone receiving a warning from the assassin organization. After all, there were precedents of the Flower of Seven Sins destroying entire superpowers in God's domain. At this moment, Hidden Soul wasn't the only person stunned by Shifeng's words. Lu Wuxing was similarly dumbfounded. Was this the prelude to an all-out war between the Azura Mercenary Alliance and the Flower of Seven Sins? Are your words true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Frenzied Smile asked as he looked at Shifeng with a serious expression. I'm not sure if you know this, but the Flower of Seven Sins has enough strength and wealth to destroy even the superpowers in God's domain. The Azura Mercenary Alliance will never regret its decisions. If the Flower of Seven Sins wishes to target Azura, Azura won't mind giving the Flower of Seven Sins a fight, Shifeng said affirmatively. Good. As expected of a power commander soul has settled on. Frenzied Smile laughed. Since the Azura Mercenary Alliance is willing to go to such an extent for retired folks like us, we won't back down, either. We are willing to fight with the Mercenary Alliance. Elder Smile. Hidden Soul couldn't help but feel exasperated when she heard Frenzied Smile's words. Frenzied Smile had evidently included her in his declaration. Don't tell me you're willing to give in like this, Commander Soul. Frenzied Smile asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. If you still choose to quit, even after Azura has agreed to help us, you're going to disappoint us old folks. Hidden Soul hesitated for some time after hearing Frenzied Smile's words. Eventually, though, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll fight with Supreme Sky then. Even if I lose, I'll be damned if I don't knock out a few of his teeth. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3093 _ Frenzied Soul sighed in relief when he heard Hidden Soul's decision. Frenzied Soul sighed in relief when he heard Hidden Soul's decision. Hidden Soul was the strongest among the former Flower of Seven Sins members that had joined Azura. If comparing purely in terms of techniques, some Tier 6 God-ranked experts weren't even her match. If it were on the main continent, Hidden Soul definitely couldn't pose a threat to the Flower of Seven Sins, since she never managed to reach Tier 6. However, it was a different story in the miniature ancient world. Now that everyone was still at Tier 3, Hidden Soul was undoubtedly one of the strongest experts in the miniature ancient world, and even the Flower of Seven Sins would have difficulty dealing with her. Meanwhile, the benefits the Azura Mercenary Alliance offered were incredibly attractive to them, experts who couldn't reach Tier 6. If they were to leave Azura now, it was almost impossible for them to find another holy land like Abyssal Star City's Primordial Tower. So, now that the Azura Mercenary Alliance was willing to shield them even at the risk of offending the Flower of Seven Sins, it'd be too much of a waste for them to give up without a fight. Guild Leader Black Flame, we might not have to worry about getting targeted since we have Abyssal Star City as our base. But if the Flower of Seven Sins decides to go after our customers, I'm afraid there's very little we can do about it. Many of the experts that have recently joined Azura might even decide to leave as a result, Lu Wuxing suddenly said. This is an especially worrisome problem, considering many of our customers have been commissioning quests to acquire mounts recently. This leaves the Mercenary Alliance's experts with no choice but to head for the surrounding NPC cities to raid team dungeons for the Primordial Secret Land's entry tokens. Meanwhile, this is the perfect opportunity for the Flower of Seven Sins to hinder our members from completing their quests. Whenever the Flower of Seven Sins decided to go after a power, it would typically go after the power's core experts and executives. Either that, or it would target the power's various income sources. However, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's main development area was centered around Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was a stronghold that the 5 great super guilds could not destroy even if all 5 of them worked together. Naturally, there was no way the Flower of Seven Sins could do anything about the city by itself. Hence, it was obvious what method the Flower of Seven Sins would choose to target the Azura Mercenary Alliance. The Flower of Seven Sins would target Azura's various businesses and crush the Mercenary Alliance, using its vastly superior manpower and financial strength. Currently, the Azura Mercenary Alliance relied mainly on commissions made by leisure players to earn credits and sustain the livelihoods of the Mercenary Alliance's independent experts. The main goal of every independent expert in joining the Azura Mercenary Alliance was to earn credits and resources in God's domain. However, if these independent experts were prevented from completing their quests and could not earn any credits, it was only natural that they would withdraw from the Mercenary Alliance. After all, these independent experts needed to live. Meanwhile, if the customers who had commissioned the quests saw that their quests weren't being completed even after a long time, they would definitely choose to take their business elsewhere. If this situation persisted, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would eventually crumble due to a lack of customers. Of course, there was also the option of Zero Wing and Witches Sin sending their experts to complete these quests. However, the problem with this solution was that experts weren't cabbages. It might be fine to do so once or twice, but Zero Wings and Witches Sin's development would definitely be affected if this method was employed over a long period. Fortunately, not all was lost. There was still one method Azura could employ to counteract the Flower of Seven Sins obstruction, having stronger experts take on the quests. For example, they could have Refinement Realm experts take on a quest that normally needed only first-rate experts to complete. The Flower of Seven Sins could also be regarded as an independent organization in a sense. Whenever the organization had its members do work for it, it would pay them according to the job's difficulty. Meanwhile, a simple obstruction job would naturally yield a small pay, and powerful experts naturally wouldn't be interested in taking on such jobs. Hence, if Azura raised the overall strength of the experts taking on its quests, the experts the Flower of Seven Sins sent would naturally fail to obstruct Azura's experts. However, if the Azura Mercenary Alliance chose to take this route, it would have to spend money and resources to subsidize the customers' quests. Only by doing so would stronger, independent experts be interested in taking on these quests. After all, the Primordial Tower's environment wasn't attractive to most independent experts. It was only attractive to Tier 5 experts who had trouble reaching Tier 6. As I thought, it's still going to come down to a competition of wealth, Hidden Soul understood what Lu Wuxing was trying to say. Immediately, she said, I can provide 1,000,000,000 credits to the Alliance to subsidize the customer's quests. Although I can't offer as much as Commander Soul, I can still provide roughly 200 million credits. If I get the others to contribute some, it shouldn't be difficult for us to get another 1,000,000,000, Frenzied Smile said. Witch's Sin can provide 5,000,000,000 credits, but I'm afraid that even this amount of credits wouldn't last us very long, Lu Wuxing said, shaking his head. Currently, our customers are only offering 100,000 credits per basic mount, which is equivalent to 1,000 gold. However, it takes at least a 100-man expert team to procure a common mount. Assuming they manage to complete the quest in a day, each player on the team will only receive 1,000 credits. A daily salary of 1,000 credits will only tempt first-rate experts. If we want to get the independent refinement realm experts interested, we'll need to bump the daily salary up to 3,000 credits. In other words, we'll have to subsidize 200,000 credits per common mount. I'm afraid it's going to be even worse for higher-ranking mounts. We'll have to subsidize around 1,000,000 credits for each bronze mount and 3,000,000 credits for each mysterious iron mount. Currently, we are receiving over 1,000 common mount quests, 70 bronze mount quests, and 30 mysterious iron mount quests per day. That's around 400 million a day in subsidies. Moreover, this is only the initial estimate. If the Flower of Seven Sins also increases the rewards for its quests, we'll probably have to spend even more money. Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile felt a little stressed when they heard Lu Wuxing's words. Even a conservative estimate placed them at spending 400 million credits a day. If the Flower of Seven Sins were to increase the rewards for its quests, Azura would also have to respond by further increasing its rewards. This was already beyond the level of throwing money away. It was true that Abyssal Star City was making a lot of money every day. Currently, the city was earning over 100,000 gold per day in entry fees alone. If they included the income generated through the city shops, the city should have no problem ensuring a daily income of 200,000 gold. However, that was before they included Abyssal Star City's upkeep cost. Not to mention, the Azura Mercenary Alliance also needed to use a portion of its income to purchase lands in NPC cities to expand its sphere of influence. Simply put, Azura couldn't afford to waste so many credits every day, especially not over a long period. Yet a competition of financial strength with the Flower of Seven Sins was fated to be a long and arduous process. There's no need to offer such a large subsidy, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Moreover, none of you need to contribute any credits. We can simply use the Alliance's contribution points to replace the credit subsidy. Since this is the Alliance's problem, it will naturally be up to the Alliance to deal with it. But the Alliance's contribution points have limited attraction over independent players. Most independent experts are only trying to acquire a bronze membership to enter Abyssal Star City freely. They don't have much interest in the Primordial Tower. Lu Wuxing said with a bitter smile, it would naturally be wonderful if they could use contribution points as a subsidy instead of credits. After all, one contribution point was equivalent to 40 silver coins already. Moreover, contribution points could only be spent in the Mercenary Alliance. So, by using contribution points as a subsidy, not only could they reduce the burden on the Alliance's finances, but they could minimize the actual outflow of funds. After all, purchasing a bronze membership in the Alliance cost 5,000 contribution points, while offering a bronze membership cost the Alliance next to nothing. However, the freedom of entering Abyssal Star City wasn't particularly tempting to most independent experts right now. After all, most players couldn't really benefit from Abyssal Star City before reaching level 110. Currently, the only players visiting the city were merchant players and the various powers management personnel. No, these independent experts will soon become very interested in Azura's membership, Shifeng said, smiling. Then he took out a light blue crystal from his bag and said, "Starting today, members who have reached bronze status or above in the Azura Mercenary Alliance will be allowed to exchange for this item. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3094 _ The Lineage Crystal. A lineage crystal. Lu Wuxing and the others were stunned when they saw the light blue crystal in Shifeng's hand. Although they had never heard of the lineage crystal before, based on the information displayed before them, this lineage crystal was simply amazing. With this lineage crystal, players only needed to spend some magic crystals to convert to another race. There was no need to go through the trouble of finding and completing rare conversion quests or changing factions. Most importantly, the lineage crystal allowed players to convert to races available during primordial times, rather than the descendants of those primordial races. This meant that players who converted their race using the lineage crystal would have a higher life rating than players who converted their race through completing quests. In other words, besides allowing players to convert to another race easily, the lineage crystal also increased players' life ratings. Compared to the miniature worlds inside the primordial tower, the lineage crystal would definitely be 100 times more attractive to the majority of the experts in the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Guild Leader Black Flame, pardon me for asking this, but how many of these lineage crystals can the Azura Mercenary Alliance provide? Are there 20? Or are there 30? Lu Wuxing asked in a slightly trembling voice. Also, how many contribution points will it cost to exchange them? Is it 2 million? Or is it 3 million? Even by looking at the lineage crystal's description alone, Lu Wuxing could tell that this item would send the entire miniature ancient world into an uproar. Setting aside the opportunity to gain the superior talents of other races, just the lineage crystal's ability to grant players a higher life rating was already more than enough to tempt everyone in the miniature ancient world. An increase in life rating could bring improvements far more valuable than any piece of weapon or equipment could provide. For example, the higher a player's life rating in God's domain, the stronger one's basic attributes and physique would be compared to other players of the same tier and level. In addition, players would also have an easier time learning combat techniques with a higher life rating. It was similar to how players of a higher tier would have an easier time learning combat techniques than players of a lower tier. However, it was far too difficult to increase one's tier. Setting aside the barrier between Tier 5 and Tier 6, just the barrier between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was already more than enough to stump countless expert players. If a player could grow stronger without having to increase their tier, it meant that this player could secure more opportunities than other players of the same tier. This, in turn, meant that this player would have a much greater chance of ascending to a higher tier. With the miniature ancient world being opened for less than a month, every combat player in the miniature ancient world would probably go crazy over the lineage crystal if they learned of its existence. However, if the Azura Mercenary Alliance wanted to attract the attention of independent experts, having just 1 or 2 lineage crystals wouldn't do it. After all, any independent player with common sense would know that these 1 or 2 lineage crystals would end up in the hands of the various powers experts. There was no way independent experts like themselves would get a turn. However, if Azura offered 20 or 30 lineage crystals up for exchange, even independent players would have a chance at exchanging for a lineage crystal. Meanwhile, so long as a chance existed, the many independent players in the miniature ancient world would definitely try to earn the Azura Mercenary Alliance's contribution points, as if their lives depended on it. Of course, that was under the precondition that the lineage crystal wasn't priced too absurdly. While the lineage crystals might be more valuable than even fragmented legendary items, even fragmented legendary items were only valued at around 500,000 gold. Although these fragmented legendary items were typically of the most inferior quality and only sold in special locations such as the auction houses of dark NPC cities, they were fragmented legendary items nonetheless. They could still provide players with a significant boost to combat power. Even if fragmented legendary items were more valuable in the miniature ancient world, the most a bottom-tier fragmented legendary item could sell for was around 1 million gold. So, offering the lineage crystals for 2 million contribution points each was just about right. Any higher, and they would no longer be within reach of most independent players. After hearing Lu Wuxing's questions, Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile also turned to look at Shifeng curiously. They, too, wondered how many lineage crystals Shifeng could take out and how he planned on pricing them. Inwardly, though, both Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile were resolved to purchase a lineage crystal for themselves, even if it cost 5 million contribution points. 200 crystals, Shifeng said with a faint smile. Moreover, it won't cost too much to exchange for them. Anyone who is a bronze member of the Azura Mercenary Alliance can exchange the lineage crystal for just 1 million contribution points. Silver and gold members will even get 10% and 20% discounts. Of course, each member is only limited to 1 lineage crystal. 200. And at such a low price. Lu Wuxing felt his head growing faint when he heard Shifeng's words. Could you be joking, Guild Leader Black Flame? Although lineage crystals didn't provide as significant of an improvement to combat power as fragmented legendary items, the ability to reduce the difficulty of learning combat techniques, skills, and spells made the lineage crystals just as valuable as fragmented legendary items. Yet, Shifeng was offering the lineage crystals for only 1 million contribution points. Moreover, this price could even be discounted with higher-ranking memberships. The various independent players would go crazy if they learned about this. After all, it went without saying that the various powers would also try to get their hands on the lineage crystals. Meanwhile, so long as an independent player managed to get their hands on a lineage crystal, they could immediately resell it for a huge sum of money. Setting aside the various superpowers, even the various first-rate guilds would probably be willing to pay 1 million gold for a lineage crystal. Moreover, a supply of 200 lineage crystals was more than enough to give independent players a good chance at getting their hands on some. There was no need to worry that the various powers would empty Azura's shelves in the blink of an eye. It should also let Azura attract the attention of the various independent players for a long time. When Shifeng saw the dubious gazes everyone was giving him, he took out 200 lineage crystals from his bag and put them on the conference table. Then he said, I already told you not to underestimate Azura so much. The flower of 7 sins might be strong, but that doesn't make Azura weak. The lineage crystals might be valuable, but that was only for now. Once players began entering the Boundary Mountain range, they would realize that the lineage crystals weren't all that valuable after all. At most, its value rivaled a top-tier epic weapon. The moment Shifeng had gotten his hands on the lineage crystals, he had already decided to use them to increase the Azura Mercenary Alliance's fame. Otherwise, once Tier 4 experts started appearing among the various superpowers, there was no way Azura could withstand an assault from them with only the small number of independent experts they managed to attract thus far. There really are 200 crystals. Am I dreaming? Lu Wuxing and Hidden Soul widened their eyes in shock when they saw the small pile of crystals on the table. These were 200 fragmented legendary items they were talking about. They could already imagine how much of a sensation these lineage crystals would cause once their existence was publicized. Do you believe in Azura's strength now? Shifeng asked, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul. If there are no further problems, send a refusal notice to the Flower of 7 Sins. Tell them that they still do not have the qualifications to tell the Azura Mercenary Alliance how to do things. Also, inform all Alliance members about the Lineage Crystals exchange. _support us at H+SteadNovel_. Okay, I'll get it done right away. Hidden Soul said, a rare smile appearing on her face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3095 _Miniature Ancient World. Southern Zone, Red Obsidian City. Miniature Ancient World, Southern Zone, Red Obsidian City. As one of the 12 holy cities in the miniature ancient worlds for major zones, Red Obsidian City was only 1 sea away from the Boundary mountain range. It was the largest seaside city in the miniature ancient world's Sea of Red Tears, due to Red Obsidian City being one of the few seaside cities that could conduct maritime trade with the Boundary mountain range. It became a highly contested location for the various powers. As evidence, there were at least 7 superpowers known to be using Red Obsidian City as the location for their main headquarters. There were also over 20 first-rate powers ignoring the threat of these superpowers and establishing their base of operations in Red Obsidian City. In less than a month since the miniature ancient world opened, Red Obsidian City's player population had already exceeded 80 million. When it came to player population, it was a megacity that could rank within the top 5 out of the several hundred cities in the miniature ancient world. However, what the various powers of Red Obsidian City weren't aware of was that there was actually a transcendental power secretly operating within the gray areas of the city. Meanwhile, this power was none other than the Flower of 7 Sins. Inside a VIP room in Red Tears Bar, the best bar available in Red Obsidian City. At this time, a masked young man clad in silvery gray clothing walked into the VIP room. The young man had a relatively average stature, measuring 7 meters only. After entering the room, the young man looked at the woman quietly sitting by the window and said, "A message came in from the Azura Mercenary Alliance, Big Sis Omen." The woman in question wore a crimson one-piece dress, and she possessed an ethereal beauty that made her look like a beautiful doll carved by a masterful artisan. However, if one observed this woman closely, one would realize that the woman's appearance wasn't the only astonishing thing about her. In addition to her looks, her level of 107 was more than enough to take the breath of any ordinary expert. Moreover, her crimson dress wasn't simply a cosmetic item. Instead, it was a bona fide fragmented legendary item. "What message?" the woman named Death Omen lazily asked as she glanced at the masked man. "The message's sender is Big Sis Soul. She has turned down our suggestion on Azura's behalf. Moreover, Big Sis Soul has asked you to pass on a message to Commander Sky, saying that she will reclaim the position she lost." The masked man said with a chuckle. "What a fool!" Death Omen said with contempt on her face. "It is precisely because she refused to submit to Lord Sky that she has fallen to her current state. Had she chosen to go under Lord Sky's wing as I did, she would have long since reached Tier 6 by now and matched me in strength. It is also because of Lord Sky's kindness that she got away with only getting dismissed. Yet, as soon as she found herself an Outer World backer, she thinks she can go against Lord Sky? What should we do now? Should we take action against Azura?" the masked man asked. "A mere Outer World power dares interfere in the Flower of 7 Sins affairs? Do they honestly think a measly guild like World Dominators can represent all of the powers in our God's domain? Since they refuse to obey, there's no need for them to continue existing in the miniature ancient world." Death Omen said, a flash of cold light appearing in her eyes. "Pass down my words. From today onward, everyone who takes on the quest to obstruct the Azura Mercenary Alliance will not only receive rewards equivalent to Azura's quests, but they will also receive an additional 100% bonus paid in contribution points." "A 100% bonus? Isn't that a little too much?" the masked man exclaimed. "Azura is mainly offering mount quests right now, and even a common mount is worth 100,000 credits. However, it will take, at most, 20 half-step refinement realm experts to handle a team that is taking on such a quest. Just receiving an equivalent reward is already more than enough for them to make a significant profit. There's no need for us to subsidize an additional 100,000 credits. Essentially, they'd have to pay 200,000 credits just to obstruct one of Azura's quests. Although they could offset half of that price using contribution points, These contribution points would eventually be used to exchange for the Flower of Seven Sins resources. So, they'd still be paying out of their own pockets at the end of the day. The ones below will only be motivated to move if we offer more money. A reward of just 100,000 credits can only tempt a limited number of experts. Not to mention, there are plenty of half-step refinement realm experts and first-rate powers helping the Azura Mercenary Alliance. So, it's best to have the refinement realm experts on our side make a move, Death Omen calmly said. Also, inform the executioners to move as well. I want you to destroy all of Azura's businesses as soon as possible. Then, we'll see how much more confidence Hidden Soul has in going against Lord Sky. Other powers in God's domain were afraid of going against the Azura Mercenary Alliance because they operated in the light, which made them for easy targets. However, the Flower of Seven Sins operated in the dark. There was no way Azura could target the Flower of Seven Sins if nobody even knew the whereabouts of the Flower of Seven Sins members and base of operations. If the executioners move as well, that will make things simple, the masked man said, excitement appearing in his eyes. This was the biggest operation the Flower of Seven Sins had carried out since he had entered the miniature ancient world. The executioners were a group of assassins the Flower of Seven Sins had nurtured internally, and even the weakest among them was a refinement realm expert. Meanwhile, the executioners currently present in the miniature ancient world numbered 3,000. If 3,000 refinement realm experts took covert actions as a group, even the various superpowers would suffer severe losses, let alone an outer world power. While the Flower of Seven Sins was making its move, a huge announcement was made in the Azura Mercenary Alliance's main headquarters. Lineage crystals were officially available for exchange now. Are you kidding me? Can we really exchange for such an item? Support us at hostednovel_1,000,000 points. Isn't the exchange price way too high? You think 1,000,000 points is a lot? If you have 1,000,000 points or a lineage crystal, I'd be willing to buy it off your hands for 500,000 gold. How about it? 1,000,000 contribution points will only get you 400,000 gold. You'd be making an easy 100,000 gold just by reselling the lineage crystal to me. That's basically enough money for a large villa. I'll pay 600,000 gold. I can give you even more if you're willing to accept credits. I'll even pay the full sum on the spot. Anyone interested? You want to buy something that's as valuable as a fragmented legendary item for just 600,000 gold? Did you forget to wake up today? Shortly after the exchange list over at the Azura Mercenary Alliance's warehouse got updated, a heated debate quickly ensued among the players that had flooded to the warehouse after reading the announcement, a flame of desire igniting in everyone's hearts. In the current situation, where players could not ascend to Tier 4, anyone who managed to convert to a powerful race would essentially gain a fragmented legendary item. They would instantly soar to become one of the strongest experts in the miniature ancient world. Moreover, there'd be no need to worry that others might steal this advantage away from them. Not to mention, the benefits of having a stronger race could remain useful even after players reach Tier 4 and Tier 5. So, how could anyone resist the temptation of the lineage crystal? This won't do. I need to tell the commander about this quickly. Have our brothers get ready to move right away. The Alliance might run out of quests if we waste any more time. Something big has happened, Guild Leader. The Azura Mercenary Alliance has lost its mind. It's offering an item that's as good as a fragmented legendary item for only 1,000,000 contribution points. While the crowd in front of the warehouse talked about the lineage crystal, many of those present also started contacting their companions, subordinates, and superiors. For a time, everyone in the Azura Mercenary Alliance went into a frenzy. Meanwhile, shortly after the Azura Mercenary Alliance pulled the stunt, news of the lineage crystal also reached the ears of the various powers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3096_100 Flow City. Soulfire Adventure Teams Gathering Point. 100 Flow City. Soulfire Adventure Teams Gathering Point. Stop hesitating, Captain. Many powers have already gathered at Azura's headquarters to register. If we don't hurry up and join as well, there won't be any lineage crystals left for us, Moonrain said as she looked at Southern Tiger. Your strength will rise to the next level so long as you can get your hands on a lineage crystal. We'll also have a much easier time exploring the Boundary Mountain Range in the future. We might even be able to get ahead of other powers and pioneer a path into the Boundary Mountain Range. Many powers in the miniature ancient world had decided to take a wait-and-see approach when the Azura Mercenary Alliance started recruiting members. After all, while Abyssal Star City was located very close to the Boundary Mountain Range, mainstream players were nowhere near reaching level 115. Moreover, joining Azura would mean losing the ability to go against the Mercenary Alliance. In addition, members would also be responsible for protecting the Mercenary Alliance. In a situation where the 5 great super guilds were targeting the Abyssal Star Primordial City, most people felt that the Azura Mercenary Alliance could, at most, survive until the various superpowers experts reached level 120 and got promoted to Tier 4. Not to mention, the various superpowers might have long since established guild towns and cities near the Boundary Mountain Range even before mainstream players reached level 115. In that case, there'd be no benefit in joining the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Most importantly, players could still enter Abyssal Star City even without joining the Azura Mercenary Alliance. At most, they'd have to stand in line for some time. However, things were different now. The lineage crystal that the Azura Mercenary Alliance had introduced into its exchange system recently was an item that rivaled fragmented legendary items in terms of usefulness. The various powers and independent expert teams might be able to ignore the benefit of having a slightly faster leveling speed. However, there was no way they could ignore something as valuable and useful as a fragmented legendary item. After all, the lineage crystal was something that could help establish a powerful team, and having a powerful team meant being able to acquire more and better weapons and equipment. Epic weapons and equipment might be powerful, but they were only a starting point for peak expert teams. What these teams aimed to acquire were fragmented legendary items, and they'd have to raid incredibly challenging team dungeons and secret lands to do so. Meanwhile, items such as the lineage crystal would be crucial in helping them accomplish this goal. However, the problem was that only members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance could exchange the lineage crystal, or, more specifically, members who had reached the bronze rank or above. I'm not hesitating, Southern Tiger said with a bitter smile. I already sent someone to apply to join Azura as soon as I received news of the lineage crystal. However, there are just too many people applying to join, and the guy I sent says that there are several tens of thousands of people waiting in line before him. There are actually so many people waiting in line. Moonrain was a little stunned when she heard Southern Tiger's words. After all, it hadn't been more than 15 minutes since news of the lineage crystal came out. Yet, there were already several tens of thousands of players waiting in line to join Azura over at the Mercenary Alliance's registration point in 100 Flow City. The speed of everyone's reactions was even more exaggerated than when they were competing for team dungeons out in the fields. With so many people waiting in line, it'll take us at least a day before we can pick up a quest, Southern Tiger said, sighing. The only thing we can do now is to try and collect some contribution points from Azura's members or find a trustworthy member of Azura and have them pick up a quest and turn it in on our behalf. But it won't be easy to find such a person. Azura's regulations state that normal members are only allowed to accept basic quests. Only higher-ranking members are allowed to take on more difficult quests and acquire more contribution points. Although quests for common mounts are available in large numbers right now, members of Azura will first have to complete 15 basic quests before they can accept a common mount quest. As for bronze and mysterious iron mount quests, only bronze members can accept those. Currently, there are only a very small number of players with bronze membership in Azura, and every one of them is a target of competition for the various guilds and adventurer teams. Although I've tried asking around, none of the people I know have a bronze membership in Azura. Someone with bronze membership? Moon Rain suddenly thought of someone when she heard Southern Tiger's words. Captain, do you still remember that advanced legacy we gave away some time ago? You mean the one we gave to that girl from Zero Wing? Southern Tiger said, similarly recalling Wu Lingling. Originally, Southern Tiger was trying to get Shifeng, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, to owe Soulfire a favor by giving the other party one of Soulfire's gold order. Unfortunately, Shifeng refused to take the bait, so Southern Tiger settled with giving the gold order to Wu Lingling. Although Soulfire had technically formed a close relationship with Shifeng through this action, in essence, Wu Lingling was the one who owed Soulfire a favor. You told me to maintain contact with her afterward. So I did exactly that, and I've been exchanging messages with her and offering her guidance all this time, Moon Rain said, smiling. Currently, not only has she become a refinement realm expert already, but she is also a bronze member of Azura. We can totally partner with her. I believe she wouldn't refuse our offer, either. She's a bronze member in Azura. Southern Tiger was momentarily stunned. He didn't think that the little girl following Shifeng would improve so rapidly, becoming not only a refinement realm expert, but even a bronze member in Azura in such a short time. This was absolutely astonishing. Should I contact her, Captain? Moon Rain asked. Of course. Do it quickly before other powers take her away from us. Southern Tiger hurriedly said. Find the original at H** novel. While Azura's member count was skyrocketing, a masked man, who had just arrived in 100 Flow City with a team of 3,000 refinement realm experts, couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before him. What's going on here? The masked man blinked his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the crowded teleportation hall. Setting aside how many people were inside 100 Flow City's teleportation hall right now, just the number of refinement realm experts he could sense exceeded 5,000 already. This was even more exaggerated than the situation in Red Obsidian City's teleportation hall. In addition, the total number of flowing water realm experts and void realm experts in the teleportation hall easily exceeded 100. Since when did experts of such caliber become so common? It should be known that 100 Flow City was only a small city compared to the other NPC cities in the miniature ancient world. Yet the quality of its player population right now was superior to even holy cities. What the masked man found most unbelievable was that these experts originating from various powers were all eagerly initiating conversations with players wearing the Azura Mercenary Alliance's bronze emblem. Meanwhile, every one of these experts sought to either befriend or form teams with these bronze members of Azura. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3097 _ I'm afraid we'll have trouble taking action, Boss Wolf. Most of these expert teams trying to complete Azura's commissioned quests come from the various powers, and many of them have refinement realm experts among them, a masked girl with a short stature said as she approached a similarly masked man standing at a corner of 100 Flow City's main street. I've also found out why so many experts have gathered here. Azura has seemingly found some items that can allow players to convert their race, and it is currently offering these items up for exchange. Right now, the various powers and independent experts are all trying to earn the contribution points necessary to exchange for these items. I'm afraid we'll have trouble taking action, Boss Wolf. Most of these expert teams trying to complete Azura's commissioned quests come from the various powers, and many of them have refinement realm experts among them, a masked girl with a short stature said as she approached a similarly masked man standing at a corner of 100 Flow City's main street. I've also found out why so many experts have gathered here. Azura has seemingly found some items that can allow players to convert their race, and it is currently offering these items up for exchange. Right now, The various powers and independent experts are all trying to earn the contribution points necessary to exchange for these items. Race conversion items. The masked man was a little stunned by this news. Azura is willing to go as far as to let the various powers freely exchange for such items. Race conversion was normally a very troublesome procedure. Even so, many players sought to convert their race. This was because converting to any other race would mean gaining greater combat power than what they would have as a human player. Normally, if a power were to get its hands on a race conversion item, it would definitely use the item on its own members rather than let outsiders exchange for it. Even the Flower of Seven Sins was no exception. "Should we proceed with our plans, Boss Wolf?" the masked girl asked. The Flower of Seven Sins might be powerful, but it still wasn't an easy task to go up against the refinement realm experts of numerous powers. "I'll report this to Commander Omin and seek her opinion," the masked man said after giving the matter some thought. "In the meantime, keep an eye on Azura's bronze members." "Understood," the masked girl responded before swiftly disappearing. After the masked girl left, the masked man promptly contacted Death Omen and informed her about the Azura Mercenary Alliance's latest development. "It seems Azura has already prepared a countermeasure for us, Big Sis Omen. I'm afraid we'll have to suffer much greater losses than anticipated if we choose to continue with our plan," the masked man said in a low voice. "It seems Hidden Soul has found a good backer," Death Omen said, sneering. "However, this Azura Mercenary Alliance simply doesn't know what kind of existence it has chosen to provoke." "Does that mean we will proceed with the plan, Big Sis Omen?" the masked man asked, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. "Of course. Moreover, we're going to make a big fanfare of it and let everyone know that it is the Flower of Seven Sins' work," Death Omen said with a somewhat frenzied smile. "We'll have to let Hidden Soul know how laughable her backer is." "I'll start making the preparations right away," the masked man said excitedly. "I'll let the various powers understand that it's not in their best interests to accept Azura's quests. Go ahead. Make sure to let Hidden Soul know that all of her efforts are futile and that she will only be harming whichever power she relies on," Death Omen said, nodding before hanging up the call. 2 hours after Death Omen ended her call with her subordinate, an event that shook the various powers occurred in the miniature ancient world. After several years of silence, the Flower of Seven Sins had finally started to take action again. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched several thousand Refinement Realm experts, or above this time, to disrupt those who had taken on the Azura Mercenary Alliance's quests. Not only did these experts annihilate the expert teams of Zero Wing and Witchesin, but they had also decimated over 100 expert teams belonging to the various powers. Everyone knew this was the Flower of Seven Sins doing because of the convict flower left behind on all of the battlefields. The convict flower was a plant the Flower of Seven Sins nurtured. Members of the organization could only collect the convict flower when they were out doing a quest on the organization's behalf. Meanwhile, after completing their quest, members of the organization were required to leave the convict flower behind to prove they were responsible for completing the quest. However, the Flower of Seven Sins members typically wouldn't leave a convict flower behind when dealing with normal quests. Typically, they would only do so when taking on high-profile quests. It had already been several years since anyone had seen the convict flower appear. The last time the convict flower appeared was when the Flower of Seven Sins had assassinated a super guild's great elder. Meanwhile, the person responsible for carrying out the assassination was Death Omen, the current bearer of the title of Pride. Death Omen had instantly risen to fame after completing that assassination, and there was nothing the super guild in question could do to retaliate against her. After all, Death Omen had already reached Tier 6 back then. Not to mention, the Flower of Seven Sins was an incredibly mysterious organization. Hence, the Super Guild had no choice but to swallow the loss. Now, the convict flower had bloomed once again. It was also obvious who the convict flower had bloomed for. Indeed, It was for the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Madness. This is madness. Who the heck is targeting the Azura Mercenary Alliance? Whoever it is, they must have paid an astronomical price to get the Flower of Seven Sins to make such a huge move. Could it be world dominators? I doubt world dominators can afford such a price. I heard that the Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched over 6,000 Refinement Realm experts for the operation this time. That's probably more than half of the Refinement Realm experts the Flower of Seven Sins has sent to the miniature ancient world. How much would it take to get the Flower of Seven Sins to mobilize so many people? I'm thinking that Azura should have long since known that the Flower of Seven Sins would target it. That would explain why Azura would suddenly offer something as tempting as the lineage crystal up for exchange. Indeed, that's the only way Azura can resist the Flower of Seven Sins. However, after this initial attack conducted by the Flower of Seven Sins, the various powers and independent experts will probably start to weigh their options, since continuing to take on Azura's quests would mean going against the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins has never failed a job before. I guess Azura's good days are coming to an end. Even if the Mercenary Alliance doesn't face destruction, it will have no choice but to hide in Abyssal Star City. For a time, the miniature ancient world's various powers and independent players fervently discussed the matter of the Flower of Seven Sins targeting the Azura Mercenary Alliance. The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins operation this time ranked among the top out of all the operations it had carried out in the past. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins had mobilized over 6,000 Refinement Realm experts against the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Some of the weaker super guilds might not even have this many Refinement Realm experts in the miniature ancient world. In other words, the Flower of Seven Sins had mobilized a super guild's worth of Refinement Realm experts against the Azura Mercenary Alliance. The Azura Mercenary Alliance might have the Abyssal Star Primordial City serving as its foundation, but even an existence as powerful as Azura would probably be helpless against so many Refinement Realm experts. Abyssal Star City, Azura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters. Currently, for people sat inside the spacious conference room of the headquarters building. They were Hidden Soul, Lu Wuxing, Frenzied Smile, and Shifeng. Apart from Shifeng, the others in the room all wore gloomy expressions. "Everyone report your situations," Shifeng suddenly said. "According to Azura's statistics, we have suffered over 20,000 casualties thus far. Of them, over 5,000 are Refinement Realm experts," Hidden Soul said, gritting her teeth. Although these members have not uttered any complaints about their deaths, their willingness to continue taking on commissions is very low. It's not just low. Nobody is even willing to apply to join Azura right now. On the other hand, the number of people applying to withdraw from the Alliance has increased significantly, Lu Wuxing said, shaking his head. The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins operation this time is simply too large. The difference in strength between both sides is also obvious. Moreover, in the case of partnered guilds like us, the Flower of Seven Sins is even targeting members who aren't taking on the Alliance's commissions. I'm afraid we'll have to limit our operations to just Abyssal Star City and its surroundings. We cannot continue operations in the various NPC cities. Hidden Soul's expression grew even darker when she heard Lu Wuxing's words. The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins mobilization this time had thoroughly exceeded their expectations. The organization had mobilized at least 70% of its manpower in the miniature ancient world against the Azura Mercenary Alliance. The scale of this operation was so absurd that Hidden Soul couldn't help but wonder if the Flower of Seven Sins had gone crazy. What about the Flower of Seven Sins losses? Shifeng asked. The Flower of Seven Sins losses. Frenzied Smile revealed a bitter smile when he heard Shifeng's question. The Flower of Seven Sins has made ample preparations this time. According to my insider information, they've suffered only a little over 1,000 casualties. Compared to the Azura Mercenary Alliance's losses, the flower of 7 sins' losses was nothing. Only 1,000. It seems the flower of 7 sins has made quite a profit this time, Sherfong calmly stated. Since the flower of 7 sins is willing to splurge to such an extent, we'll play along with it. Send a notice to everyone in the Alliance. From now on, we will be awarding 10,000 contribution points to all common mount commissions. Rewards for bronze and mysterious iron mount commissions will similarly be increased by 5 times. Let's see which one of us will last longer. So long as the reward was sufficient, there would always be brave people willing to take the risk. This was also the tactic the Greater God's domain's various hegemonic powers had used to deal with him and Zero Wing during his previous life. Both he and Zero Wing had suffered a lot because of this tactic. Now, Sherfong didn't mind letting the flower of 7 sins have a taste of this tactic as well. 5 times. Hidden Soul couldn't help but look at Sherfong as if he had gone crazy. Guild leader Black Flame will run out of lineage crystals in no time if you do that. It only cost 1 million contribution points to exchange for a lineage crystal. However, the various expert teams weren't just obtaining 1 common mount a day. If an expert team was lucky, it was even possible for them to acquire 10 mounts or more. That would mean a daily income of over 100,000 contribution points per expert team. If an expert team got lucky and acquired 2 or 3 bronze mounts, which would be worth 50,000 contribution points after the reward increase, on top of the common mounts, it would earn 200,000 to 300,000 contribution points per day. It should be known that this was only 1 expert team. What if there were 50 or 60 of such expert teams? In that case, Azura would be paying out over 15 million contribution points per day. Moreover, that was before accounting for the other quests Azura offered. At this rate, Azura would probably run out of lineage crystals before mainstream players could reach level 115 and start making use of Abyssal Star City. At that time, Azura would no longer have any means of resisting the Flower of 7 Sins. Aside from that, I have another announcement to make. Azura will also place a bounty on the Flower of 7 Sins members from today onward. Refinement Realm Experts will be worth 300 points. Flowing Water Realm Experts will be worth 1,000 points. Void Realm Experts will be worth 3,000 points. And Domain Realm Experts will be worth 10,000 points. We need to make the Flower of 7 Sins know that there is a price to pay for targeting us. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3098_Silence enveloped the conference room after Sherfong finished speaking. Silence enveloped the conference room after Sherfong finished speaking. Of the 3 other people in the room, Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile looked at Sherfong in shock and surprise, while Lu Wuxing looked at Sherfong with unprecedented joy. Guild leader Black Flame, if you really go through with this, the Azura Mercenary Alliance will be forming a never-ending grudge with the Flower of 7 Sins. Frenzied Smile reminded Sherfong in a low voice. It was true that the Flower of 7 Sins targeting the Azura Mercenary Alliance's quest takers had affected the Mercenary Alliance's reputation and development to a significant extent. However, this was merely the Flower of 7 Sins warning and putting on a show of force for the Azura Mercenary Alliance. If Azura was willing to give up on Hidden Soul and the other former members of the Flower of 7 Sins, the Flower of 7 Sins would most likely stop its actions against Azura. After all, sending such a large number of experts against Azura was a significant expenditure even for the Flower of 7 Sins. Once the Flower of 7 Sins achieved its goal, there'd be no point continuing this expensive farce. However, if Azura publicly placed a bounty on the Flower of 7 Sins, it would signal the start of an all-out war between Azura and the Flower of 7 Sins. Apart from the 5 great super guilds, no other power had ever dared to openly place a bounty on the Flower of 7 Sins thus far. Setting aside the futility of putting a bounty on such a secretive organization, Putting a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins was essentially an act of provocation. Meanwhile, no sane person would want to provoke a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. If Azura truly dared to place a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins, it wouldn't matter even if Hidden Soul left the Mercenary Alliance later. The Flower of Seven Sins still wouldn't spare the Mercenary Alliance. What of it? Shifeng's voice suddenly turned cold. The grudge between us has already been formed the moment the Flower of Seven Sins decided to act against us. Shifeng had never harbored any good feelings toward assassination organizations like the Flower of Seven Sins. He would have turned a blind eye to the Flower of Seven Sins' existence had it stayed out of his business. However, now that the Flower of Seven Sins was openly challenging him, he wouldn't mind giving it a fight. So what if the Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental power? It was only powerful in this subworld. He had clashed against many powers that were dozens of times stronger than the Flower of Seven Sins in the past. Compared to those powers, the Flower of Seven Sins was nothing. The current Zero Wing might be incredibly weak, and the Azura Mercenary Alliance he had established was just starting to take shape. But that didn't mean he would just allow the Flower of Seven Sins to push him around. Not to mention, he had already gained access to the stratified Abyssal Realm. If they were competing solely in terms of resources, the Azura Mercenary Alliance was in no way inferior to the Flower of Seven Sins. Hidden Soul felt touched and guilty when she heard Shifeng's words. Originally, Shifeng had tasked her with establishing the Azura Mercenary Alliance so that the Mercenary Alliance could be of service to Zero Wing. Yet now, not only did the Mercenary Alliance offer hardly any help to Zero Wing, but it had even ended up offending the Flower of Seven Sins because of her, which had, in turn, caused Zero Wing to suffer significant losses. Carry out the changes. It's about time we let the Flower of Seven Sins know the consequence of provoking the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Shifeng said firmly. Afterward, everyone present followed Shifeng's instructions and informed everyone in the Azura Mercenary Alliance of the changes to the quest rewards. A 500% increase. Azura is amazing. We can earn 10,000 contribution points from just one common mount and 50,000 contribution points from a bronze mount. If we're lucky, we can get our hands on a lineage crystal in only 4 or 5 days. With this, even the various superpowers Apex experts will probably be tempted to move. The increase to quest rewards is nothing. Have you guys not seen the bounty? This is an open bounty placed on the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins will probably go crazy once it learns about this bounty. The Flower of Seven Sins and Azura are definitely becoming mortal enemies now. Unlike past bounties on the Flower of Seven Sins, Azura's bounty is too tempting to resist. It's also much easier to find the Flower of Seven Sins members now, since they're actively attacking those taking on Azura's quests. Azura is paying 300 points per Refinement Realm expert, and the Flower of Seven Sins members typically move in 100-man teams. If we make ample preparations, that's an easy 30,000 contribution points. That's even more profitable than hunting for mounts. Shortly after the Azura Mercenary Alliance's announcement, an uproar erupted among the Mercenary Alliance's members. It was especially true for the various powers expert teams considering withdrawing from the Alliance. Now, none of them thought of withdrawing from the Alliance. The Flower of Seven Sins assassins might be very scary, but the rewards the Azura Mercenary Alliance offered were simply too much to resist. After all, not even the various superpowers offered the opportunity to exchange for a fragmented legendary item in just 4 or 5 days. It might be difficult to beat the Flower of Seven Sins experts, but if they prepared some special tools and magic scrolls, it was entirely possible for them to turn the tables on those experts. Not to mention, it didn't really matter even if they couldn't complete their mount quests, since they could similarly earn a significant amount of contribution points, so long as they killed the Flower of Seven Sins Refinement Realm experts. Less than half a day after the Azura Mercenary Alliance announced the changes to its quest rewards, Hidden Soul hurriedly ran to the guild leader's office in Zero Wing's residence. "You've really blown things out of proportion this time," Guild leader Black Flame. 6 lineage crystals have already been redeemed in just half a day. The various major powers expert teams are moving in full force. Even the various superpowers experts have taken action. At this rate, we will have to give away at least a dozen lineage crystal a day, and we'll probably run out of lineage crystals in half a month, Hidden Soul said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry about this situation. The Flower of 7 Sins is mostly just sitting aside and observing the situation right now. By the looks of it, they plan to only go all out once we run out of lineage crystals. Hidden Soul had to admit that the rewards Sherfong offered were indeed effective in getting the various powers to move for Azura. In just half a day, the Flower of 7 Sins plan to target Azura had become a joke. According to the insider information she received, the Flower of 7 Sins had even lost over 2,000 refinement realm experts. This was a significant loss, and even the Flower of 7 Sins wouldn't be able to take it if it suffered such losses every day. This was why the Flower of 7 Sins had become warier in letting its experts take action. Of course, to ensure that Azura maintained its high quest rewards, the Flower of 7 Sins would still have some of its members attack Azura's quest takers. The Flower of 7 Sins had even increased the rewards of its assassination quests to tempt some of its stronger members to take action. Simply put, the Flower of 7 Sins was biding its time. Once Azura ran out of lineage crystals, the various powers experts would naturally stop behaving so crazily. At that time, it would be the end for the Azura Mercenary Alliance. I'm afraid we will have to disappoint them. They will probably never see such a day arrive, Sherfong said, chuckling. Then he took out a dark gold crystal from his bag, handed it to Hidden Soul, and said, "Take this advanced lineage crystal. Consider it an advance payment for what I need you to do next. Follow the instructions in the item description and absorb the crystal. Then, I'll need you to follow me somewhere." The stratified abyssal realm was a gathering place for the many worlds of God's domain. Many powerful native players also inhabited it. So, it wasn't exaggerated to say that the place was infested with experts. It was on an entirely different level compared to the miniature ancient world. Likewise, the stratified abyssal realm also possessed bountiful resources. Moreover, every stratified abyssal realm had its own local specialties that could be sold for astronomical prices, even in the greater God's domain. So long as he could form a stable trade route with the stratified abyssal realm, Zero Wing would have no trouble asserting dominance over the various powers in the Boundary Mountain Range. At that time, even the 5 great super guilds would have a much bigger headache dealing with Zero Wing. However, if Sherfong wanted to establish a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm, he couldn't do it by himself. He also needed third-floor experts like Hidden Soul. This novel is _hosted_ by H0 Stead Enzo V3L. However, not just any third-floor expert would do. After all, this was the stratified abyssal realm they were talking about. Only a third-floor expert who had converted to a higher life form could be considered a truly powerful expert in the stratified abyssal realm. An advanced lineage crystal. Hidden Soul was greatly shocked when she looked at the dark gold crystal in her hand. The normal lineage crystal was already plenty amazing of an item. She didn't think there'd be an even better version of it available. This situation led her to wonder how much more strength Zero Wing had kept hidden. "We have limited time. Quickly go to the primordial tower and absorb the crystal. Whatever higher life form you manage to convert to will depend on your personal abilities," Sherfong said, chuckling. Currently, he only had 5 advanced lineage crystals on hand. Originally, he had planned to let Su Qianlu and the other executives of Zero Wing use these crystals. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. Advanced lineage crystals were different from the normal lineage crystals. The greater the control a player had over their body, the better the results they could yield from the advanced lineage crystal. Su Qianlu and the others might have grown a lot recently, but they were still far from having the ability to make full use of the advanced lineage crystal. Meanwhile, each player could only use one advanced lineage crystal in their life. So, it'd be a huge waste to let Su Qianlu and the others use an advanced lineage crystal now. Hidden Soul nodded to Shifeng's urging. She understood that Shifeng must have something very important he needed her help with. Without hesitation, she promptly left for the primordial tower with the advanced lineage crystal in hand. Meanwhile, after seeing Hidden Soul leave, Shifeng carefully retrieved a dark crystal from his bag. This crystal was none other than the primal lineage crystal he had obtained from the Dark Titan. I wanted to wait a little longer before using it, but I have no other choice if I want to have an easier time in the stratified abyssal realm. After pondering for a moment, Shifeng took out the 10,000 mana stones he had prepared beforehand and activated the primal lineage crystal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3099 Undersur. The lineage crystal was different from your average race conversion quests. The race's players could convert to using the lineage crystal wasn't fixed. Instead, the lineage crystal would provide players with a list of optimal races after scanning their current abilities and potential. Meanwhile, the lineage crystal identified players' potential through the degree of control they could exert over their bodies. The lineage crystal was different from your average race conversion quests. The race's players could convert to using the lineage crystal wasn't fixed. Instead, the lineage crystal would provide players with a list of optimal races after scanning their current abilities and potential. Meanwhile, the lineage crystal identified players' potential through the degree of control they could exert over their bodies. A player's potential was especially important when using an advanced lineage crystal. Any expert beneath the domain realm would only get to choose from the most common higher life forms. In such cases, players would only have slightly stronger physique and basic attributes than players who had used a normal lineage crystal. Players could only utilize an advanced lineage crystal to its full potential after reaching the domain realm. At that time, they'd have a chance of converting into powerful higher life forms, such as demi-dragons and high elves, and gaining strength that would allow them to look down on others of the same tier. They'd gain strength rivaling archaic species of the same tier. Meanwhile, the requirements to use a primal lineage crystal were even higher. Not only did players have to reach the domain realm, but they'd also need to have considerable achievements in the realms of truth. At the very least, anyone thinking of using a primal lineage crystal should be at the transcendental realm, the third level of the realms of truth, to make full use of the primal lineage crystal. Fortunately, Shifeng had already mastered the transcendental realm. After Shifeng completed the dozen or so instructions listed on the primal lineage crystal's description, 3 options appeared before him. The first option was a dragonoid. If he chose this option, he would gain a 3-meter-tall body with a tail and arms covered in scales. Dragonoids were different from demi-dragons. They were one of the primal life forms in God's domain. They were the result of dragons abandoning their draconic form and taking on human-like bodies. While dragonoids might not have the powerful bodies of dragons, they retained the dragon race's talent for magic. The second option was an ancient elf. If he chose this option, he'd have a 2-meter-tall body that was covered in magic runes. Ancient elves possessed mana affinity far beyond that of elves. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were mana itself, and they could effortlessly master super-ancient spells that modern elves could not. When Shifeng saw the third option, he couldn't help but be stunned. The sample image of the third option showed no changes to his current appearance. If he had to get into the specifics and point out a difference, it'd be his eyes. At first glance, his eyes in the image looked no different than his current eyes. However, when he took a closer look, he noticed tiny specks of starlight scattered across his eyes. When Shifeng saw this image, a name quickly popped into his mind. Ancient human, also known as a primal human. Ancient humans were humans that had existed since the birth of God's domain. However, unlike modern humans, ancient humans possessed the eyes of reality that could see through all things. In reality, the identification skills that exist in the current God's domain were merely skills created to imitate the eyes of reality of ancient humans. Even the war god's temple's eyes of truth was no exception. Meanwhile, the reason these imitations were created was due to the decline of ancient humans. God's domain's environment had continuously declined as time passed, the mana available in the environment growing thinner and thinner. Because of this changing environment, the quality of ancient humans also continuously degraded generation after generation until they eventually became the humans of today. Aside from the eyes of truth, ancient humans also possessed physical qualities far superior to modern humans. The environment available in the early days of God's domain was brimming with mana. During that era, ancient humans had yet to make major advancements in any aspect. Yet, despite this situation, ancient humans still managed to survive in a world infested with ferocious beasts. That was because ancient humans possessed physical qualities that allowed them to trade blows with ferocious beasts. Among modern humans, the only existences that could rival ancient humans were probably heroes. Meanwhile, heroes were existences who had been blessed by gods and possessed the strength to fight against dragons. Becoming a dragonoid or an ancient elf might provide me with stronger physical qualities, but the appearances of these two races aren't suitable for the current god's domain. Moreover, both races tend toward magical classes. So, it seems becoming an ancient human is my only choice. After pondering over the three races for some time, Shifeng eventually settled on the third option, ancient human. Both dragonoids and ancient elves were races extremely proficient in magic. However, Shifeng was a swordsman. While being good at manipulating mana might give him an easier time ascending to higher tiers, a pair of eyes capable of seeing through everything was much more useful for a swordsman. After Shifeng chose to become an ancient human, the mana stones he prepared promptly transformed into a huge stream of mana that flowed into his body, the mana continuously strengthening and altering his body. Meanwhile, this process continued for over an hour before ending. So this is an ancient human? When Shifeng opened his eyes and looked at the world around him, an indescribable sense of shock and joy filled him. Setting aside his physical body that rivaled archaic species of the same tier, just the ability of his eyes to see how mana operated was already more than enough to cause any magical class expert to lose their minds. Normally, even perceiving mana was already an incredibly difficult feat. This was because mana typically couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Seeing mist-like mana didn't constitute seeing mana either. This was because players couldn't actually see how mana operated just by looking at its physical manifestation. They could only do so by feeling it with their various senses. However, Shifeng could currently see all of these things visually. Although the colors were faint and translucent, he could see all of the conversions taking place around him with perfect clarity. He could even see the mana the mundane objects around him radiated. The ability to see the conversion of mana taking place around him was more than enough to elevate his combat standard to a whole new level. With this ability alone, he could find the best entry point in the mana around him to execute his skills, spells, or combat techniques, improving their raw power. He could also observe the change in his opponent's flow of mana to determine their movements. This would be much more effective than observing the changes in his opponent's muscles. In God's domain, players had to move their physical bodies as they did with their bodies in the real world. It meant that players had to move several muscles in a series to execute a movement. While this process typically happened in the blink of an eye, it was still a process that involved several steps, and variables could occur at any of these steps. So, predicting a player's movements through observing their muscles wasn't 100% reliable. However, it was a different story for mana. Players only needed one thought to execute an adjustment to their mana. If players decided to execute an action with their mana, the changes would reflect on their mana immediately. This meant that the changes they decided to make would also immediately become apparent to Sherfong. While this still wasn't enough to tell him exactly what kind of action his opponent was planning to make, it could still let him make better predictions. After spending some time getting used to his new body and talents, Sherfong quickly contacted Su Qianlu, Blackie, Firecloud, Happy Snow, and Rampant Blade, having them gather at his office. Aside from those 5, Sherfong also called Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Lin Yaiwe over to his office under the excuse of doing a quest for Zero Wing. Zero Wing might have 9 entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm, but he'd only be bringing baggage if he brought that lacked strength. Sherfeng's goal was to establish a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm so that Zero Wing could conduct long-term trade with a native power. That way, not only could he shrug off the losses he suffered from clashing with the Flower of Seven Sins, but he could also elevate Zero Wing and Azura into the hegemons of the miniature ancient world. After all, the resources available in the stratified abyssal realm were far beyond what was available in an isolated god's domain. So long as he partnered with a relatively strong native power in the stratified abyssal realm, acquiring items such as the lineage crystal in large quantities wasn't difficult. However, the precondition to partnering with a native power was to have sufficient money and strength. Find the original at H*Stead Novel. Meanwhile, the 8 people Sherfong had chosen were the best candidates he could think of. There was no need to worry about Zero Wing's management, either. Su Qianlu and the others could still manage the guild's affairs via offline means. As for the Azura Mercenary Alliance, Sherfong had left its management to Lu Wuxing and Frenzied Smile. Both of them were veterans when it came to managing large organizations. So long as there were enough lineage crystals, they should have no problems managing the Mercenary Alliance. After Su Qianlu and the others gathered in Sherfeng's office, they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw that Hidden Soul had changed into a demonkin. As for Sherfeng's changes, nobody present noticed a thing. Even after everyone had gathered, Sherfong briefly told them that they'd be heading to the stratified abyssal realm, which was outside their god's domain, and had all 8 of them sign a confidentiality agreement. Then he had everyone teleport to the Dragonfall secret land. This situation excited Su Qianlu and the others. They didn't think they'd have a chance to travel outside their god's domain. Lin Yaiwe was particularly excited by this situation. As a first-rate guild's executive member, she knew that this was an incredibly rare opportunity, even for Tier 5 experts. Yet, Zero Wing did not hesitate to give an outer member like herself this opportunity. This situation caused her to further elevate her evaluation of Zero Wing, before teleporting to the secret land himself. Sherfong had retrieved the 2 million magic crystals stored in Zero Wing's warehouse to use as trade currency. Then, after spending some time traveling through the Ceiling Labyrinth with his team, they arrived at the Ceiling Labyrinth's 5th floor hall within the time he had agreed on with the Tower Alliance and 100 Flower Palace. When Sherfeng's team arrived, the Tower Alliance's and 100 Flower Palace's members had long since been waiting for them. Evidently, the 2 sides were much more eager to enter the stratified abyssal realm than Sherfong. Since everyone's here, let's begin, Bloodhammer said eagerly after glancing at Sherfeng's team. Okay, let's begin. Crimson Heart nodded, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Subsequently, Bloodhammer and Crimson Heart each took out 1/2 of a key and began chanting an incantation hidden in their respective halves. Then, once the 2 were done chanting, a divine light enveloped everyone present and dragged them into the gate of crossing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.